In the public session. John, are there any reportable actions in closed session?
That the City Council considered the matter listed on the agenda, and there are no reportable actions.
Great, thank you. Robin, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? If I could have Aaron Diaz come up and lead us our invocation. Oh, sorry. I'm new at this.
So am I. Thank you. If you would join me in prayer. Dear God, I want to just thank you that we are here today, Father God. I thank you for each of these leaders over Norco, Father, and I thank you for the help that you bring, for the weight of leadership. Lord, I pray that in everything they would be given wisdom from you and how to lead and how to guide the city of Norco. Father, to cover the residents that goes on under their leadership, Father. God, I just pray for health and vitality for this city. Father, that you would just continue to watch over us, that you would lead us, that you would guide us, and that you would shine on us, Lord. God, I just want to thank you for where we are right now, and I ask for your covering over this meeting, Lord, for each household that be with their families, Lord, as they lead us. In your name we pray, in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Well done, Pastor. Moving on to City Council communications. We will start with Mayor Pro Tem Newton. Busy.
I just caught a lucky streak. Okay, so February 4th, just Chino Basin Desalter Authority, not much to report from there. And then on the 10th, met with staff on update regarding the pole barns. And then right after that, we met with developers and staff regarding project development. And then Councilmember Grunmeyer, myself, and Andy, City Manager, met regarding our subcommittee on the Housing Fund. Robin can talk more about that if she wants to. Thank you.
Catherine?
Yes, yesterday I attended the California Rehabilitation Center Citizens Advisory Committee and was very pleased to hear about all of the good work that they're doing with rehabilitation. So just a couple numbers to share. There are 239 inmates that are enrolled with Norco College, and there are 38 inmates that are currently enrolled with the new program with Pitzer College. And I also met with our Public Works Director in preparation for serving on the Western Riverside County Regional Wastewater Authority.
Robin?
Nothing to report.
Such a fibber. Such a fibber. Ted.
Well, in front of you, you have the minutes from the Western Community Energy Board of Directors meeting and the minutes are there. Again, we're just stressing there's going to be a Southern California rate change, and it's going to impact customers here. The rate change will basically is transmission rate, but WCE is going to keep our prices at the same time, at the same rate at this time. We're not going to jump around. So you will see the residents who will see a little bit of increase, not much, those that say, but we're not going to bounce around. And again, we want to make sure that for people that are having difficulties paying, please get on the Western Community Energy webpage. There are programs on there for people to help. So we're working on it as we go through. And recently they just the state and the feds just pushed this back to June 30th or the end of June for protection for rent and in providing services. So we thought it was going to be April, and now it's toward the end of June. So again, it's a long time. You don't want to be hanging up and not paying your bills and thinking it's just going to be forgiven, because eventually it will. And back we went to the Riverside Transportation Commission meeting. Just update, they're working down the 9171 that's coming up. That's going to be a nice improvement to that interchange. We had to do what most of us don't like to do, is eminent domain on a property, to get just to take about 2 feet of use of the land. But that happens. So, but that's going to improve that interchange quite a bit. Then I had T-Now meeting River Northwest area. As for the bus, for the RTA, again, we've seen a 72% decrease in ridership overall from RTA. It's what people to know that RTA is actually doing a very good job of keeping those buses clean. They're going through a federal standard of changing the filters out, and that, so they're trying to their darndest to make sure that there's hardly any airborne or COVID transmission in there. Their drivers work in little cages, little plastic cages, so they're not exposed. But hopefully when school starts again and we get people back going, they'll take the ridership, it'll go back up. And tomorrow I have a vector control meeting, mosquito vector control meeting, and we'll figure out what we're going to do with the drones that they plan to be using here over next season. And part of that will be in attendance, our virtual attendance. We go in the first part of March. A couple of classes deal with drones, and that I remind people, again, make sure you drain water out. Mosquitoes are a problem, and they will be a problem. I'm listening. Mark will come back from his conference, and he'll be talking about some new mosquitoes that were found in Florida that hopefully they won't come here. So that's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
So did quite a few things. The most interesting meeting was with Congressman Calvert and Don Galliano. Congressman Calvert committed to, he will do whatever he can to either underground or stop the project of high transmission lines into Riverside going through Norco. Tomorrow we're going to kind of confirm how he would go about doing that, but he was adamant and repeated it several times. We selected an interim director, Chris Gray over at WRCOG. The next one, PACE. As you know, we're getting rid of the home PACE, but we're keeping the commercial PACE and moving into something different. I had a long conversation with Steve Hemingway. He is the lone person against the high transmission lines over at in Riverside. What he told me is it's a tough go. So we're sending him a lot of information. There's a lot of things he's not being told by his staff. And I'm looking forward to Catherine and Robin meeting with the mayor over there. And then I'm hoping to follow up and meet with her myself on a couple of things, both as a WRCOG rep and as Norco. And then I had a very, very disturbing RCA, very interesting meeting. Takano and Calvert have jointly worked to assist in the plan of preserving habitat and things like that. So it's really exciting. It makes you feel good when two people on both sides actually come together. I wish more would do that. Disturbing today. There's no number attached to it yet, but the latest, and it's the governor who's pushing this per the Chamber of Commerce and a legislative and analyst. What they want to do is that if you have any COVID-related, somebody who has COVID in your family, whether you live there or not, and you legally cannot ask them if they live there, they can be in New York, you must give them 9 months paid leave and hold their job for 1 year after that, if they work for you for 30 days. You then hire somebody else. They then at the 31st day can do the same thing. You have to pay, if they say that, you then have to pay twice a week for the COVID testing, and there's a whole bunch of other things that are sort of attached to this. It was a little disturbing when I first heard it, but truthfully, no sane person would vote for this. No sane person. It's absolutely insane. This will drive thousands of businesses. It'll affect cities. It'll affect everybody, because they can walk in on the 31st day and say, I have somebody who's sick, and you cannot ask who it is, how close, are they in the house? And the really beauty thing of this is they can actually, you pay them for 9 months, they can actually go get another job. And you can't legally ask them if they have another job. So they literally get paid twice. So it's, I just can't imagine that this is going to pass, but apparently there's a lot of opposition to this, and we've been asked to send letters and things like that to our various, so at the end of the meeting, I'm actually going to ask maybe if we can agendize this and at least talk about it in the coming meeting and get more information to see how real this thing is, because it doesn't yet have a number. And that's all I have. Thank you. Moving on, I have to do some housekeeping. Forgive me, I've got to take this off just for a second. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and may be enacted by one motion. Prior to the motion to consider any action by the council, any public comments on any of the consent items will be heard. There will be no separate action unless members of the council or the audience request specific items be removed from the consent calendar. Items removed from the consent calendar will be separately considered under item number 3 of the agenda. So right now, do I have any items that any of the council people would like to pull? Greg? Okay, before we do that, are there any public comments?
We have no public comments related to the consent calendar. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton has a motion, and Ted Hoffman, councilman, has a... Did you want to pull something, Catherine? Robin? Okay, so let's have a vote.
Okay.
It was easy.
Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Councilmember Grummeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffman? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Bash?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
All right, moving on to public comments. Will the city clerk, do you have any public comments? Well, first read the public comment rules and then announce if there's any public comments to be read. Are we still doing the phone thing, by the way, too? Yeah. Okay.
Give me just 1 second. Right now, now is the time to dial in for public comment. For general public comment, item number 4, you will be placed in a queue and your call will be answered in the order received. You will have 3 minutes to speak. The call will disconnect promptly at the end of 3 minutes. You will need to call during each item you wish to speak upon. Callers are asked to abide by public decorum and use language that is appropriate to a public environment. Please dial 951-582-5557 now. Thank you.
So any items that need to be read or somebody calling in?
We have one item to be read for general public comment. I'm going to wait until after this phone call and I'll read those in.
Disconnected.
So if you're watching, you were accidentally somehow disconnected. We're not sure how, so please call back if you want to do a public comment.
Smartphone connected.
Green bug.
Hello. Hello, you are live. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please begin.
Okay, this is weird. Hi, this is Julie Langley's, and I am a citizen of Norco, and I am calling in regarding sewer rates. And I'm questioning if it is fair and right to be charging apartment, seniors, lower income renters, and charging them higher sewer rates. I understand how they are being charged, but I'm asking if it is fair and right. I think it's fair to say that Norco is not always supportive of local apartments and low-income housing, and it is my practice to charge fair rent, but it's becoming more difficult as sewer rates are fluctuating and increasing. So I am asking that all residents of Norco be charged the same flat sewer rate. So I hope that makes sense, because this is just very odd doing this on the phone, because I'm not watching the meeting now. So anyway, going on. A couple other questions since I called in. Number one, I was wondering why City Hall is closed and what the city is waiting for to reopen, if there's guidelines on that. Because as a resident, I feel we can't get back to our Norco way of life with City Hall being closed. Lastly, I don't even know if I have time. I'm going to talk briefly on the parking ordinance that I guess is being passed soon. I had an officer stop in front of my house the other day and telling me she was going to ticket me if I continued to park at a diagonal because Norco was passing a new parking ordinance. I've lived here for 20 years and parked cars there for 20 years, and I believe it's on my property, so is that my time?
Yes, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you.
Well, let me finish.
It hangs up, so we don't get the thing.
Okay. Anybody else?
Have nobody else in the queue?
There are no other callers.
Okay.
Anything to read?
I have one item to read for general public comment. If you can please set the timer at 3 minutes. There we go. Greetings, Mayor Bash and council members. Thank you for tabling the Norco Valley Square project at your last council meeting. I was ready to send a letter to the Planning Commission if you had not taken this measure. In part, I was going to ask the Planning Commission to table any action on the Norco Valley Square project until all stakeholders, commissions, and advisory councils had an opportunity to provide input on this project. The project was brought before Streets, Trails, and Utilities during a special meeting on January 19, 2021, which was not accessible to the public because of technical problems. The minutes of the special meeting have not been published and were not included in their February 1st, 2021 meeting for review. I understand several commissioners had questions and concerns that were not answered. EDAC requested input on this project in October and to date have not had the opportunity to review the project and provide their input as it pertains to economic development. Member Jeff Shue sent an email to the city manager expressing his concerns that this has not been shared with EDAC and received a response that would likely be presented at our February 23rd meeting. While I understand this project may fall outside the purview of Parks and Recreation, the proposal includes 320 to 400 residential units, recreation, and open grass areas. They should have an opportunity to share their opinions and potential concerns when it comes to this project. At one of your recent city council meetings, it was discussed to research the possibility of becoming an equestrian-themed historic district, which you now have approved $28,000 to conduct such research. While this historical district would only encompass residential zoning, as forward thinkers, this proposed project at 3rd and Hamner should meet the same criteria, and our Historic Preservation Commission may have some insight. Developers of new projects should be required to consider what requirements would need to be taken to support an equestrian-themed historical district, and this project falls short as presented. As I understand the hierarchy of our commissions and council manager city government, the Planning Commission is the final step before a project is sent to council. Any action on their part before the other governing bodies have had a chance to review and provide input will disenfranchise the other commissions and advisory boards. Again, I would like to thank you for tabling any action on this project until all stakeholders have a chance to review and provide input on such a large project to the Planning Commission and the city. Respectfully submitted, Dr. Sigrid Williams. And that is our only email for this evening.
All right. We'll now close public comments, move on to City Council discussion action items. Housekeeping, order of presentation for discussion items, staff report presentation, council questions of staff, public speakers in favor, against, council discussion and action. Moving to 5A, mid-year amendments of fiscal year 2020-2021 annual operating budget. Finance Director. You.
Mr. Mayor, something to take care of, so I'm going to...
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
Have you have experience to do that?
It's like old times.
I remember all so, number FY 2020-2021 budget was approved by the City Council June of last year. That budget, actually, we started preparing that budget back in March. So it's a long time between that time and now. As we were preparing that budget, was in the midst of COVID-19. So there were a lot of uncertainty regarding the assumptions we had to make in order to prepare the budget. Of course, since that budget was put together and approved by the City Council, we now have some more information to allow us to review the budget, and as a result of that review, we are making some recommendations regarding adjustments that need to be made to the budget in order to reflect the current information that we have. Clicker. Awesome. Thank you. Just a quick overview. Here's a summary of the recommendations that we are asking the City Council to approve with respect to the budget. On the general fund, we are recommending an increase to the revenues by $816,672. We are recommending a reduction to appropriations on the expenditure side by $413,854. On Measure R fund, we're asking the City Council to approve additional appropriation in the amount of $27,750. Water fund, there is a net recommendation of increase to expenditures by $151,142. And the sewer fund, we are recommending a net increase of $144,111. And the gas tax, we are recommending a reduction to the revenue by $9,209 and an increase in total projected gas tax expenditures by $50,000. Additionally, we are recommending that the road maintenance SB2 fund, actually SB1, be increased by $19,228. And then finally, the supplemental law enforcement revenue, we are recommending an increase of $56,727. We'll look at the details behind these recommended adjustments to the various funds. Continuing with the overview, the general fund, because we are recommending an increase in revenues and a reduction in expenditures, the total impact is $1,230,526, which will represent an increase of that amount to the estimated fund balance the estimate we had at the beginning of the fiscal year. Water fund, The net impact is $151,142 decrease in the working capital. Sewer fund, we have $144,111 decrease in the working capital. And the gas tax fund, we are recommending a net decrease to the estimated fund balance in the amount of $59,209. Just looking at the details that make up the recommended adjustments, in the general fund, first of all, we are recommending an increase of $40,286 to property taxes. As you know, property tax is assessed based on the value of real properties that are here in the city of Norco. That information lags the time we present the budget to you. We received this information in October, and of course the budget was approved in June. And as a result of this information regarding the assessed value of properties in the city, we are recommending an increase of $40,286 to the property tax revenue line item. Sales tax, this is a big increase to the favorable side. We are recommending an increase of $1,131,631. As I previously mentioned, when we did this budget at the beginning of the fiscal year, there was so much uncertainty, especially with respect to what impact COVID was going to have on sales tax. People without jobs, and the economy was tanking at that particular time. So we did the most conservative thing to do, which is to estimate sales tax on the conservative side. And that information was supported by information we received from our sales tax consultant. More recently, based on the numbers we have received through the month of February, which is for sales tax that goes all the way to the month of December. Sales tax usually lags about 2 months behind. Based on that information, we are looking to increase the amount we had in the budget by $1,131,631. Similarly, vehicle license fees or property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees, we are recommending an increase of $35,000 again, and that is related to the increase in the assessed value. Other tax revenues, the main driver here, which we are recommending increases due to public safety sales tax increase, property transfer tax, and business license. One of the things that is actually happening here, which is a surprise given where we are when we prepare the budget, is property transfer tax. And when we did the budget, we were expecting that real estate transactions will significantly go down, and that is contrary to what is actually happening now. As you know, the real estate market is very hot, and that means a lot of properties are exchanging hand. And as a result of that, our lowered expectations with respect to property transfer tax revenue has significantly been projected up. And that accounts for most of this increase that we are recommending. But at the same time, we are seeing slight increase in business license tax as well as public safety, the half-cent public safety sales tax. No adjustments being recommended to franchise tax fees or franchise fees. Penalties and fines, recommending an increase of $30,000. That is mostly due to increase in parking violations and vehicle code citation fines. On the other hand, we're recommending quite a big decrease to lease income. $176,923. Most of that, of course, is related to the fact that we are deferring the lease payment on the Silver, property. Community development fees. This generally includes fees from our planning department, building department, as well as engineering department, based on the amount that we have received through the end of January. We are recommending an increase of $21,297, and that's primarily due to increase in encroachment and grading plan checks and permits. Taking a big hit on community services and recreation revenues, and as everyone knows here, that due to the governor's stay-at-home order, all recreational activities have been suspended, and we have had no opportunity to generate revenues from those activities, and as a result, we are taking a big reduction to that revenue category. Other revenues, recommending an increase of $136,804, and again, that's primarily due to business license renewal fees. This is different from the business license tax, and then penalties and some reimbursements. Overhead allocation, this is generally, what we're doing here is really an accounting correction. Last year when we did the budget, we had included in that a transfer from our CTC senior program to purchase a bus. That transaction was completed last fiscal year, and therefore we had to go back and make a correction for that $40,000. Similarly, there was an accounting correction that needs to be made to reflect a transfer related to CFD 93-1 that was done last fiscal year, and instead of this FY 2020-2021. So this is a recap of the revenue adjustments that we are recommending for the City Council to approve. Again, these are the things that I have already gone over. In summary, our budget for revenue was $20,436,681. Based on our recommendations and the information that we have now available, we are recommending that that budget amount for the general fund total revenues be increased to $21,253,353, and that represents a net increase of $816,672. On the expenditure side, here is the adjustments we are recommending. Non-departmental, we are recommending for a new appropriation out of the general fund for $100,000 to provide, to continue our subsidizing of certain utility payments for certain customers, low-income customers. We are no longer able to provide that through our housing fund, so staff is recommending that we continue that program for the remainder of the fiscal year, and the estimated cost to do that is about $100,000. In the administration department, we're recommending an increase to appropriation by $14,360. This relates to the historic resources equestrian district that we are trying to create. If you recall, at the last City Council meeting, you approved that that project to move along. The estimated cost was about $28,000. However, what we're asking is $14,000 net increase. The reason for that is there are some other consulting services in the administration department where we believe we are going to realize some savings. So this is just the net effect of that. Fiscal and support services, there is no adjustments recommended, no adjustments to expenditures in the parks, recreation, and community services as well. The Sheriff's Department, we are recommending a reduction to expenditures of $237,617. This is basically the difference between the cost estimate the rate we projected for the sheriff's contract to increase at the time we did the budget versus the new information that we now have from the sheriff's department. When we did the budget, we estimated the contract will go up by 7%. Now we've been told that the increase will be 4.75%. So the savings generated from that is this $237,617. Fire department. I know my fire chief is probably going to say you shouldn't take this reduction now, but in any case, we are recommending a reduction to expenditures by $340,597. That's based on the information, the new revised cost schedule provided by CAL FIRE, although they did warn me that that may not be the amount, that the actual amount may come in slightly higher than the amount. But based on historical information we look at, we've always been very fortunate with CAL FIRE, and their costs have, I'm pretty confident that we can take this reduction of $340,597. Community Development Department, we are recommending an increase to appropriation by $40,000. Part of it is what we did to strengthen our building department. We brought in on contract building official, and the cost of that for the fiscal year, we did not have a number for this arrangement when we did the budget. So we are looking to spend about $40,000 to have the services of this building official, and we are also requesting $10,000 for overtime costs that are related to software implementation and to catch up with building permit caseloads. A quick summary of that general fund expenditure adjustments. The total expenditures when we did the budget was $22,889,976. As a result of the adjustments that are recommended in this mid-year adjustment, we are lowering that expenditure estimate to $22,476,122 for a net reduction of $413,854 to expenditures. Taking a look at some of the other funds outside of the general fund, Measure R, recommending adjustment. We are recommending an adjustment totaling $27,750. This is to implement the automated license plate reader program here in the city of Norco. This is a program that has previously been presented to the city council, a program that has been reviewed and approved by Measure R Citizens Oversight Committee. But at this time, though, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Rowan, and he has his consultant that are here to discuss the program before I pick up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm actually going to turn it over to Jesse Munn. He's the flock safety representative. He has a short presentation for us, and then we can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Better? Everybody hear me okay? Perfect. Well, I appreciate taking the opportunity to discuss flock. It's like a couple things that make flock different. I know LPR has been discussed with the council in the past, but flock is a very different type of company. Being that the company mission is quite a bit different, but it is really focused on an ethics-driven innovation. We can have privacy at the forefront of technology in the law enforcement workspace, and flock is really innovating and working towards that end. Brief discussion about crime reduction and prevention, show a couple of examples of what success looks like, and then if there's a time at the end, we can have questions. But the mission of flock is to eliminate crime. Flock was founded in 2017 in Atlanta, Georgia, as a solution for the private sector to help solve crimes in neighborhoods and in private businesses. Before that time, LPR technology was strictly for law enforcement, and Flock has kind of democratized what LPR can be done and has brought it and bringing communities together in this technology platform. So things that we do differently in how we protect privacy. Number one, the data is filtered through the secure Amazon Web Services cloud storage. The data is 100% owned by the customer. Flock has no rights or access to that data. That data is automatically deleted on day 31. So after 30 days, that data is hard deleted and can no longer be accessed. The data is never sold or shared for any reason by Flock. The cameras are placed to capture the rear end of vehicles on a vertical mast. So imagine a pole. As a car drives away, it is taking a still image of the backside of the car. So that, in effect, makes it an unbiased and objective data point. There is no facial recognition software. There is no mechanism for this to be an immigration enforcement software. There's no traffic enforcement component of this software. And to comply with California law and SB 34, there are all the tools included for all of the search field audit trails that is required to adhere to the Sheriff's Department LPR policy. From a technology standpoint and really how we've democratized this product, number one is to make it infrastructure free. Previous implementations of this solution required a lot of public works involvement, a lot of running electricity, a lot of work behind the scenes to make this a viable solution. Flock is infrastructure free, meaning that they are solar powered cameras, and they're going to be using LT technology, and all of these security and IT components take place in the cloud. So they go up a lot faster at a lot lower cost, and the safety as a service approach, it is a subscription model, meaning it's all inclusive. So any maintenance that needs to happen to the cameras, if a component breaks, if it's no longer working, it is the responsibility of Flock to fix. And finally, I think and most unique to Flock, it is a public-private partnership. So if the community members were to be interested and to be involved, 70% of Flock's customers are private communities, HOAs, and businesses. And any cameras that they were to procure, they would have the option of sharing that data with law enforcement if they choose to do so. And what success looked like. A couple of great examples here. As I said, we're based in Atlanta. One of our first police departments had a stranger-on-stranger abduction. As a parent, kind of a worst nightmare. It was happened at gunpoint. All the mother was able to say was it was a red Acura SUV. Because of Flock's technology, they didn't have a license plate on the vehicle. They were able to say and search Flock for a red Acura SUV and fingerprint the vehicle with some unique characteristics of the car, and then find that car with the license plate in a previous day, get the license plate, and within 5 hours, what could have easily been a cold case scenario ended with the baby back in their mom's arms. Another study that we have done with the Dayton Police Department, strategically placed cameras throughout the city, 27 in an area where they wanted to see a reduction in crime. And after a 6-month period, they saw 46% reduction in violent crime. The cameras work, and then I think finally to talk about a technology product that can be implemented quickly and not be a long drawn-out project for the city. The contract was signed with the city of Wichita and Kansas at the end of September. The cameras were implemented in November, and by the end of the year, as you can see, they had significant results. In addition, on Christmas Day, they were able to return a child back to her mom. So, finally, I encourage anyone who is interested to search Flock. A lot of community engagement that happens through the company. An event in Vacaville up north in NorCal. Community members are involved, looking to get cameras in their communities. And finally, there can be some positivity to this. Flock had over 500 instances in the news last year, and the vast, vast majority of these were very positive. So with that, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you taking a few minutes to listen, and I'll turn it back over to Lieutenant.
Sure. Absolutely.
Get back to questions.
Sure.
So we still have some other adjustments we are recommending as part of the mid-year budget adjustment. Specifically, on the gas tax, we are recommending a total appropriation of $59,209. On the revenue side, we are decreasing revenue by $9,209. That is not a surprise, and this revenue item has been going down for the last few years. Part of that is due to decrease in gas consumption as well as gas prices. Expenditures, we're recommending appropriating $50,000 to do traffic unplanned repairs to traffic signal cabinets, and additional appropriation is requested. This will be done obviously through contractual services. There is sufficient fund balance in the gas tax fund to cover this additional requested appropriation. As I earlier mentioned, SB1 fund, we are recommending adjustment of $19,228, and all of that is again revenue reduction due to gas tax receipts being below the projected amount. This, of course, is received by the state, and then we get a portion of it allocated to us. The law enforcement grant, we're recommending an increase in revenue there of $56,727. This is based on information we received from the state. Our allocation this year is higher than what we anticipated by $56,727. What that does, though, on the expenditure side is we'll also increase the expenditure in that fund by the same amount, because it operates like a grant. You get whatever amount of money you are given, then you spend the same amount on law enforcement. But the good thing that this does for us is this $56,000 is a reduction on the general fund side, because that's the amount that we don't have to pay from the general fund. On the water and sewer fund, total net adjustment $295,253, broken down by $151,142 for the water fund, $144,111 for the sewer fund. All this would have been what we are doing with the water fund. As part of this budget amendment, we are requesting $300,000 to allow for additional emergency water leak repairs. It's not really a repair based on my discussion with the Public Works Director. What we are doing here is to provide a mechanism by installing some valves that will allow us get to water main breaks and shut off the valves and shut down the system in a more timely manner and respond to the situation. Other than that, the other adjustments in both the water and sewer fund is all related to cleaning up the budget to align with the refunding transaction we did in December of last year, not December of 2019, which flows into this budget. This is just a recap. The LPR, as I stated, in Measure R fund, $27,750. The net impact to the gas tax fund revenue, $9,209 reduction. And gas tax expenditure increase, the $50,000 to do unplanned repairs. The road and maintenance SB1 fund, again, reducing revenue by $19,228. The supplemental law enforcement grant, where we are increasing revenue by $56,727. And then the net increase to the water fund of $151,142, as well as $111 on the sewer fund. By way of recap for the general fund, So as I said at the beginning, our net impact to the general fund, which is to the positive side, is $1,230,526. When we did the budget, we were in the hole by $2.4 million because we estimated revenues of $20,436,000, expenditures of $22,889,976. So that was our estimate when we did the budget back in March, April, which was approved in June. But as we make this recommended adjustment as part of the mid-year, we pick up $1.2 million from that deficit. We're still in the hole, as based on the information we have today, that of course can change as we go to year end. But if it holds steady as projected here, then we are looking at to end the year with $13.6 million in general fund reserve. That completes the presentation, and then we can take questions.
Robin, would you like to start?
I'll sit
So I just have a few questions, and I'm going to guess it'll bounce around depending on which staff member is in charge of the specific area. So one question, and it's under Sheriff's Department, but I'm not sure who would answer, is on the crossing guards and the reduction for service on the crossing guards. That's just the city's portion of that dollar amount, right? Because does the school district contribute to that as well?
Certainly, the school district pays for half of the cost, and we pay for half of the cost.
Okay.
Even though the school district administers the program, and they pay it, and then they send us an invoice for our share of the cost. Okay. Unfortunately, school has not been in session, and we haven't made any expenditures. So we are reducing, I didn't highlight that when I made the presentation. So we are reducing that budget line item by 75%, and we may end up reducing it all 100%, depending on whether the school gets back in session or not.
Okay. And then on, let's see. I don't remember what that one is. The other question was on the Measure R expenditure. Can you clarify for me process as far as the license plate readers and what we had discussed when this came to council previously?
Well, what we discussed when this came to the city council previously, there were a lot of discussions actually, and what we were told was to bring it back on a later date. And I know there were some council members that had opinions about whether they should come out of the general fund or come out of Measure R fund. I don't think that issue was settled. It's still an issue that, at least from staff's recommendation, that we believe this is a cost item, a new cost item to the public safety program. And that's one of the main reasons why Measure R was put in place. And it's still staff recommendation that the $27,000 should be come from Measure R.
And the other question I have is the idea of the necessity of a public hearing or not because of privacy concerns. And I think I asked about that the last time we talked about that, and if that is an issue or if it's not an issue.
But I recall we did bring this in back for a second time. I don't think that is a requirement to conduct a public hearing other than what we are doing here today, which is for have it as a public discussion whether the city wants to implement the program or not. That is going back to the discussion and the research that we did then, there was not a requirement to do a public hearing, quote and unquote, which is something you advertise in the newspaper and then bring people back and do that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no legal requirement for a public hearing.
Okay.
But I think the council expressed concern about discussing the item as a regular agendized item. Well, you can, that's publicly, I guess, that's not a public hearing, so that the public would have an opportunity to provide input into your decision as opposed to the budget issue, which is what's before you tonight.
Okay. And then the next question is probably, sir, for you regarding the cameras. The quote before was substantially higher than what you've brought to us this evening. Can you tell me why your costs are so substantially lower than the quote that we've gotten before? Or someone can. I mean, because we went from, the previous quoted cost was $167,000, and then you've come before us with a quote of $27,750. So
Correct. So that is a different vendor proposal.
right,
So-
no, I understand. Why are you so much cheaper?
So a lot of that has to do with how we're a subscription model. So if the city elects to renew next year, it would be an additional $25,000 versus the other model, which is a straight purchase where you purchase and own the equipment, and then they have additional subscription fees on top of that. So our model started in the private sector, and it has always been a far more cost-effective solution than the other solutions that have been out there.
Okay, thank you. And then the next one is for Chad on the gas tax and the additional $50,000 for the cabinets. Are those due to auto accidents, weather? What's the issue there?
We've had a lot of additional wire pulls we've had to redo in some intersections because the wire's just gone bad, and because again a lot of our infrastructure is old that we didn't plan for, didn't expect, and our budget just is mainly the bare minimum of just the regular O&M monthly tours and maintenance that they do of the infrastructure. So this is just recouping some of that expectation that we're going to go beyond the budget.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have for right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Catherine?
I have a few questions about Measure R as well, and one of them is going to go to City Manager Andy, or I'll skip. That's okay.
Catherine?
How much money is still unallocated in Measure R funds? Okay, so we have a large pot still of money to spend, and I've been hearing for quite some time from a lot of residents who really want to see Measure R money spent on roads and trails. So I want to bring that up to the council to see if anyone else has heard similar things, and to see if we can give some direction to staff to make sure that some of that $3.5 million is earmarked for some of our roads for our residents that have been waiting for some repairs. And then I have some questions again regarding the automatic license plate readers. My understanding for Measure R is when it comes to public safety that those funds are used if we are in a position where we need to cover the cost of, for example, deputies or such forth. My understanding wasn't necessarily that it would cover a cost such as this. And I had a couple questions about the software. So in your presentation, you mentioned that the footage is 100% owned by the customer. So in this case, if the city is purchasing the cameras, but the sheriff, how does that work? Who is the customer in this case that owns that data? Would it be the city, and we are giving access then to law enforcement?
That is correct. In the other contract cities in Orange County and LA County, we contract with the city, and in the contract it provides access to the law enforcement.
Okay, and then deleted after 30 days, that is something that your company does?
Correct. So the data is hard deleted on day 31.
Okay. And then you talked a little about SB 34 and the audit trails. I did some research. There are privacy concerns, as you know, and there have been laws that have been passed in California, and they're looking at doing some more to kind of establish audit trails, because they found in some cities that what was supposed to be happening with the data wasn't happening, and so there were concerns about that, of it being shared where it shouldn't have been shared or stored for longer than it should have been stored. Can you just speak to, you said that there are things in place with your software that meet the requirements that are already in law?
Sure. So, Flock started as a tool for the private sector. The audit trail is a key component of that, and then forcing a reason. The master plan is really in the LPR policy that is required by the Sheriff's Department as far as the oversight, how frequently they do the audits, the results of the audits, and the Sheriff's Department does have a robust policy that is in place on their website to discuss how that is adhered to and who's responsible for what. The mechanisms of how to do that are within our software for them to do that tracking.
Okay. Could I ask them, because I was trying to do some research too, I couldn't find what the exact audit policy was, just that the Sheriff's Department has one. So forgive me if it was somewhere and I didn't find it, but just to kind of know what that looks like.
The way it's tracked is every user has to be an authorized user, so you have to go through training to even use the software. Then you're assigned a user number, so that user ID number is unique to every individual. And then through our Technical Services Bureau, those inquiries can be tracked by individual user. So you can query, Deputy X and see what he's been running on that system.
So how often do those audits happen? Just are there random checks of the system just to make sure that it's being used as it's supposed to?
They can be random or they can be specific. So if there's a specific concern that we have a report of somebody's misusing the system, then you can trigger that audit anytime you like.
Okay, so there aren't established audits? I guess that was my question. Are there established audits already? So like routine audits?
There are. I'm not sure what the timelines are, though. I can find that out.
Okay. I was curious about that. Okay. Thank you.
Greg? Last but not least.
Let's see. Andy, I think I'd like to start with an earlier comment in regard to CAL FIRE, that the chief's recommendation was not to take that money at this time. And I'm just curious, I guess, Chief, if you can answer it, what's your reason for that? And what do you, I guess where I'm going is, where are you projecting this future cost to be?
Context.
Okay.
So when we did the budget, we get a schedule from CAL FIRE.
Correct.
That we use to establish the budget. Then last December, we get another schedule, revised schedule, that shows what that amount they believe it should be. The recommendation to adjust the mid-year is based on that schedule. I had a meeting this past week with Chief Vike and CAL FIRE Chief Weiser, and we talked about the budget, and there were some discussions about this may not be the final number.
Okay.
Everything in this budget is not final numbers either. But looking at what we've spent, what the first quarter invoice that is coming, and what he told me would be rough number about what the second quarter would be, we feel confident that the numbers that is on our Schedule A, the revised Schedule A, should be fairly close to the numbers.
Okay.
They said don't take it at all. It's just they don't know.
No, and because, I mean, historically, we've always done very well with CAL FIRE and have always been under budget. Just trying to maybe prepare myself so next, if we get an uptick, it's not going to be a surprise, but that's why we're keeping you guys around, because you come under budget. The next one, I think I'll jump over to Chad. He's getting off too easy. Robin had brought up about some of those repairs on the cabinets. Some are due to accidents. What's our chances do we collect money back from the insurance companies? Do we stay aggressive with that, or is it hit and miss with?
It's we stay aggressive with it. I mean, when we know there's an accident, we certainly inform, and the sheriff's department is really good at informing myself and Julie Hauser in finance that there has been an accident, so she can note it, and then she follows up with the sheriffs to get the copy of the accident report, assuming there was a report and actually a party involved that they could get insurance from. Then we certainly would pursue it, and we always do. It just, depending on the process, it could be lengthy to get that money back, or it can be fairly quick depending on the issue. But we certainly do, when we know there's a party, we pursue that. I can't tell you the timelines of how long it takes, but I do know it takes sometimes a while to really get through the whole process to get a check.
Do we have a success rate, though, even though it takes some time?
That I don't know. I don't know if Andy has any idea as far as their reports, but I know that we have a good process, and she works pretty hard at it.
Right.
Information is almost 100% will collect back, so that's not an issue.
All right. And then the other portion of that was on water, and with emergency repairs and valves. Okay. So I'm a little confused. So like on our water lines, we have a valve X amount every feet. So where's our issue with the problem you're having with the valves? Other than finding them?
That's always fun. We have a pretty good system as far as finding valves. We have a GIS system. We know where everything is. We have an exercising program, so we keep them generally maintained. But exercising doesn't mean they're going to work when you need them. Because sometimes they might be closed, but they still bleed through. And when you're exercising a valve, you don't know whether or not it's 100% shut when you're exercising it. Because you think it's closed, but when you get water pressure and it's flowing, a valve could still be leaking through. You don't really know until the emergency situation is that valve really staying tight. In this last major main break that we had on Hillside and 2nd, that lasted almost 24 hours, which is way beyond the normal. We had all kinds of struggles with our valves not closing tight. We had to go as far back as 4th and Hillside to finally get water off, down to Valley View and 2nd to get it closed off in every direction, which is abnormal. And what we learned is several valves that just flat out need to be replaced, several valves that need to be cut in to short the distance, because unfortunately the valves are too far away. Our system is old, so when they put in valves, they put them in every blue moon. Instead of the industry standard is, you're usually putting them in every 500 feet or so that you can reduce the amount of shutdown that you have. So we quickly learned that in this particular case, anything along this system could potentially be another giant, long, prolonged delay. So my request was to the city manager is that we add additional funding in the O&M side under contract services to engage our on-call services to help get these valves replaced and new valves installed in certain areas faster, rather than waiting for us to do onesie twosie as we have time, because we're dealing with everyday stuff too, or waiting till the next budget cycle. We really learned a lot from that event, just how bad it impacts the residents by not having working infrastructure. So our desire was to put some money in now, get the resources involved. We've already been doing all the mapping, determine what valves we need to replace, where we need to cut valves in, and we still need to do a couple test shutdowns just to verify if there's some other locations. But and we came up with the estimate based off the number of valves, about $300,000 to try to get all that work done. Hopefully within the next 3 months. Getting them in.
Well, part of my concern is, and I'm trying to remember the number, but it was the issue that we had just a few years ago with the fire hydrants. And I don't know if you guys remember, I can't recall the number, but it was, I don't know, was it like 1,000 fire hydrants or whatever we had?
1,200.
Did not operate?
No, that's not.
I mean, it was some big number. I'm trying to remember it, but
no.
This is when you first came on.
Right.
And
There's never been a number like that, because that would be startling and scary.
well, that was scary.
If there was issues where the fire department was responding to fires where the hydrant wasn't opening, or when the hydrant was being hit, you couldn't get the hydrant valve closed.
Right.
So, and that's when we said we need a maintenance program. We need to find out which hydrants, because unfortunately it was the fire department finding them for us as they're trying to fight.
Right, and we went to an outside contractor.
And so now that issue's been significantly resolved. There's still
absolutely.
onesie-twosie that happens, but it's a totally different ballgame now as far as keeping our system
And I apologize for
running.
Like I said, I couldn't recall the number, but it was a large
That was definitely
number.
an issue.
Yeah, definitely.
That we had to address.
So, I mean, I'm supportive of this, but it's the same thing with the valves, that we hire a contractor, we go out and we exercise all of these, so we don't end up with that fire hydrant scenario that was ignored for so many years.
Right, and again, the valves themselves, they're exercised, they're turned, and what they tell you is basic information is they were able to turn them, they weren't frozen. They were able to tell you that the nut that's down in the ground isn't rounded, so you couldn't turn it. That's what their main purpose is tell us, is it currently functioning on that day and time that you went out there?
Right.
Did you get all the turns necessary to get it closed? You don't know if water's leaking through, but in theory, you can get it closed. But you got to remember, some of these valves have rubber gaskets on them where they get depressed or they get warped. And even though you think it's closed, water's still getting underneath it.
Right.
Debris is in the seat of where that valve goes in, and it just goes underneath it. So you can't tell for sure, but you're doing your best to exercise it back and forth. So we get a lot of reports on, it's a rounded nut. So we need to go in and dig that up and replace that nut. And same thing on hydrants. It's a rounded valve on the hydrant. We want to fix that. So it has a lot of value, but it's an point in time information. And unfortunately, some things do fail, even despite they may have been there 3 months ago. In the condition when you're dealing with when water's flowing at 150 psi, because a main's been broken, it's just screaming underneath a valve.
It's just more of that we stay proactive with it.
Yeah, the program's still active, and
don't want to be chasing our tail on this.
No, I absolutely agree with that.
So then, my last one is on the license plate readers and Measure R. And Andy, I'd like some clarification first. Is by this resolution, are we approving this expenditure with this company by this resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
The real reason why this came back to you is I've been asked when are you bringing that back, but it's also to allow you to make a determination whether you want to implement this program or not. From a purchasing standpoint, the amount involved is actually would be under my signature authority to approve. And I'm sure could have found money in the Sheriff's Department budget to do that. But it is the public implementation of this that is primarily why this is before you.
You and I had a conversation earlier today about, I take offense to the, it's under your spending authority, that your spending authority is under the general fund, not under Measure R funds, correct?
That I could have found money in the city's general fund.
Right, right.
Budget,
but your authority isn't under the Measure R funding. So, one, I'm going to make the assumption that this vendor, I guess with the previous one, was a sole Vigilant was sole source. So I imagine sole source provider is no longer applicable with this?
Oh, it actually probably is, because at least as I understand it, the products aren't the same. I mean, when it's not sole source, it means you're bidding for widgets, and every company that makes widgets can bid on it. this really isn't a widget issue. This, the software and the cameras are a different product.
All right. Do you recall with the initial one at 167,000 per year, what their yearly maintenance or annual fee was after that?
Yes.
It's not like 2,000.
Okay.
Some substantial amount. But like the consultant or vendor said, we are purchasing the actual equipment.
Correct.
Which would amortize over a period of years. Yeah, but in addition to that, we are going to be paying software maintenance fees as well. I don't remember what that exact amount was.
All right. Because I'm trying to look at this long term, because the Measure R committee is saying, they approved the expenditure of $27,000 for the first year, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this will be an ongoing cost of at least $25,000 a year after.
Unless you choose not to do it any longer.
Right. Well, we're not going to have cameras for one year. I mean, you could, but...
Yeah, I mean, if you decided you didn't like whatever the result was, then, there's no obligation to continue.
Okay, let's say that we're going to continue. We're going to purchase something and we're going to use it.
Decide how you're going to pay for it, right?
Yeah. That was Measure R, the subcommittee or committee, were they aware that this is going to be an ongoing $25,000 a year?
So this is an operating expenditure. So every year this will go back to Measure R as part of the Measure R budget to get appropriation for it. So
okay.
This wouldn't be anything that is automatically budgeted for Measure R. It's subject to budget appropriation every year.
Okay, so I guess to the lieutenant, I'll say this: it's a tool in the toolbox, and I understand that. So the two other issues I have with that is what Councilmember Grunmeyer brought up was the last time we talked about this, it was where we could have public input. That was the direction of council, that we wanted to hear from the residents, and it was mostly concerns on the privacy issue. So we wanted some public discourse with that, number one. And the second is, I cannot make the nexus on this funding from Measure R funds. I'm disappointed in the committee that they didn't question this harder. My feeling is this should be if we were to go forward, a general fund expenditure. I'd like I said, I can't make the nexus with Measure R. And if we're asking to approve this, then I'm not in favor of moving forward with this under the Measure R funding. I'm done with that. Thanks.
Ted? Oh, sorry.
Chad, he already beat you up, and I was going to ask you about the fire hydrants. I won't do that. That was deja vu, buddy. All right. I'm going to get back to the readers here in a second. Andy, on the expenditure adjustments and the appropriate for $100,000, that's to get us through. You think $100,000 is going to be enough to get us through for the number of people that might come through there? I don't know what.
Yes, based on our bond rate.
Okay.
Should be sufficient to get us through.
That's for the subsidized utility assistance program, right, for people that are in dire straits, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't want to leave us short. If this thing goes on till, I know we talked initially it was going to be over by April, but now the governor and the president said we're going to push this thing till the end of June. So I just want to make sure we're not cutting ourselves short.
But that should be sufficient.
Okay. I trust you. I do, and then I look at the sheriff's department, and I know the reduction of the of over $200,000. It's one of those things, and I keep track of the county supervisors and their budget, and they're going to have to make adjustments sometime or another. So we reduce it now. Are we going to get hit harder on next time or another? I mean, they're at a point where they're going to have to make changes. I just don't want to see a sticker shock on this thing eventually. So is it going to come back? We're going to reduce it to 200,000, and the next thing you know,
the reduction we are requesting is for the remainder of this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, we start over.
Okay.
What the rates are going to be, that's whatever they give us.
Yeah, I mean, they're worried about their unfunded liabilities and their pension funds too, Joe. When we do it, we just have to understand that we got a reduction, so that I've talked to the rest of my council members that we may see a sticker shock sometime here in the next couple of years. And not just us, but CAL FIRE and everybody else to have the county. So I won't beat up on the fire department. That's good. And now we go to the ALPRs. I was a big stickler about this because of the public input. That was a different company. This is different. And I'll be honest, Robin and Greg, I still believe the public should be input. They've had a lot of input. But reading what this is doing, this is different. I mean, just so you know, retired sheriff, I used to have those things on a car. And I know the misuse of what they did when they first came out. They were misused. The information wasn't securely kept. It was spread out, and it was wrong. And I'm glad it's being you've gone through it. Hope we can stay with this. And Lieutenant, there's a department order on how to use this. I can't remember the number. It's either 400 or something like that, correct? That states how these all should be used. Yeah. Okay, yeah, because there is, and it's in there, and if you can, I think Councilman Allman, and because Lieutenant Elia did provide it to us at one time, and I probably not, they have a whole policy in there, and unless you honor their system, you're not going to find it. So what I'm looking at here, and the 27,000 as compared to what we did before, how compatible is this with what the city of Eastville put in? I mean, they're in the old system, right? Yes.
So the two systems are not compatible. So
okay.
My understanding is
Can you do me a favor? Can you talk in here so they can hear you out in the TV land?
it's two completely different. Not compatible. The new flock system is starting to be more widely used. Jesse can probably speak to the communities that are using them here. I believe San Jacinto is using the flock system and has some pretty good success. So we can join in partnerships with the other cities that are using flock, but not the Vigilant.
Okay, so currently in this area, San Jac, and this would be your second location.
Right.
How many? I'm just curious where else you have it here.
Great point. So we got our first agency in Southern California the very beginning of 2019 in Redlands, and we now have 45 agencies in Southern California, including several of the Orange County contract cities, and I'm in discussions with about 6 more. About 5 of the LA County contract cities, Walnut, Rosemead, both very close. San Jacinto, here's our first Riverside County contract city. However, we are engaged with quite a few of your neighbors. We did just win the RFP in Corona, so we are finalizing the contract there, although that is not finalized yet. So, but also, I've had discussions with Eastvale, Wildomar, and Lake Elsinore. Menifee just signed. Hemet is a customer. So just in that short period of time that we've been here, I think our message of privacy first responsibility, and then making it a cost-effective, low-risk tool, because it can be, if we don't perform or the city's unhappy with us, they have every right and can cancel.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate that. Like I said, I was very adamant about the public safety, but we've beaten this up pretty good. And this is totally different than what Vigilant had and how they did it when they started this whole system. So, and their way and what he's describing this is, to me, is a little better than it was before. But I'm going to concur with Councilman Newton. This should have come out of a regular operating budget. Should not have been Measure R. When it was $161,000, that was one thing. This is $27,000. This should come out of our general fund for improvements for infrastructure. It didn't need to go to Measure R, as far as I'm concerned. I appreciate the Measure R people reviewing it and putting their approval on it, but I think those funds should have come out of the general fund. We got a healthy general fund right now, and that's where we should be using it. The Measure R fund should be more utilized for, even like Council Holloman said, we got roads, we got trails, we got things that get fixed, and that's what majority of people voted for that for. But I appreciate and I support the program. It's a lot better than what we had before, and so, but I will agree with Councilman Newton on where the money comes from. So, and I won't support it unless it comes out of the general fund.
So I don't have a whole lot. I have a question. Let's say you catch a bank robbery on the reader. Do you then hold that beyond 30 days if you need that to show that the person was speeding away?
Briefly on the use case, these are the lead generation tools, and the Sheriff's Department at any point in that 30-day time frame can pull out the still images they need to keep for their any type of prosecution or anything they may need.
All right, thank you.
And that follows their retention schedule.
Chad, how much money have we spent in trails in the last year and a half, 2 years?
I think over the last 3 years, we've spent at least $250,000 just on trail fencing, and then this first year of trail maintenance was $600,000.
So almost $1 million. I mean, yeah. 900,000.
Sure, at least, yeah.
Yeah. How much did we spend 4 years ago, Brian? What was our budget? 27,000. 25,000. Yeah, and we did an appropriation for 2,000 more. We spend a lot of money on trails. And so I understand, but I just want to make sure, and I don't have a problem pulling more money out for trails, but we actually spent the money to fix every single trail in Norco. Big problem we have is up in the hills. We've got to figure out what to do up there. But even those, as Greg and I were talking about earlier, those trails are pretty good. Roads. Would it be fair to say, excluding the hills with the brand new roads, that in the last 5 years we repaired more roads in the last 5 years than likely the previous 20?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, without a doubt. There's been tremendous change in support, from this council and putting funding, and we've done extremely good with the little resources we've had of getting the most done. There's still a lot of work to be done. We've gotten a lot of low-lying fruit of repairs. There's still some major a lot of roads that need major repair, which are going to be the most costly. I mean, each of them may be $500 to $1 million a piece. Right. We've gotten a lot of the $100,000, $200,000 road repairs done, and the low-lying fruit to get as much as we can. But now we're going to have to really hit the significant roads that have a lot of work that has to be done.
And $3 million will not go very far on those.
You're going to get probably for $3 million. It's depending on the road. You can get 3 roads done, or you may get 6. Right. It just depends.
Right. And then sometimes we very prudently work with the county, who then they will come in and they will, in the old days we used to fix the road and then tear it up for the sewer systems, storm drains. We did that a whole bunch of times. As Brian we used to just sit there and go, wow, we just fixed that road and now they're putting holes in it. So one of the things I just think people need to be aware of is we work with the county very closely, and they love working with us. But the problem is you get bumped. It takes time. You have to be patient. I mean, one of the streets that was a private street that was fixed was Hillside Lane. We had to wait a long time. I was on that project for 6 years. 6 years, Brian, we had our first meeting. I think you were there. And that whole road, which normally would cost a lot of money, they got for free because we put the storm drain through the middle of that. So that said, I just want people to know that in the last 10 years, there's been an extraordinary effort to fund trails and to fund roads. And it's been huge. I mean, John goes back to when I mean, they had millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars and didn't fix any roads. So that's been a real key point, and Ted's kind of came, well, you guys were in planning, but Greg, we were here when building all that. So I do concur with Catherine that maybe what needs to happen now is maybe some roads need to be fixed. Maybe some things that, some of the smaller ones, because $3.5 million is just not going to go very far. But you probably get something significant. Then I have another question. So I'm getting confused, Andy. You know, I worked real hard on Measure R. And I get told by a whole bunch of people that say, well, the money's not for this, and the money's not for that, and the money's not for this, and the money's not for that. What is Measure R's? What do they think the money is for?
The only thing I can say is folks interpret Measure R.
Can you speak into your microphone? I'm sorry. I'm worried about them out there.
I said there are different interpretations from different people regarding what Measure R can be used for. Clearly, first of all, Measure R is a general revenue measure. So legally, it could be used for anything.
Right.
The City Council did adopt a resolution to try to get people to vote for Measure R, saying that we will use Measure R for infrastructure as well as public safety. That's my understanding of what I thought. I presented to the City Council many, many times and said to the public many, many times. And that is still my view of what I believe Measure R is to be used for. It's for public safety. Anytime we have a new program, public safety program, which I consider this to be, is an item that hasn't been in the budget before, or we get to a situation where we need to preserve public safety because of shortfall in the general fund budget, we will need to use Measure R. Again, that's my view and the way I recall presenting and shepherding Measure R.
Thank you. So for me, I totally understand the idea that people are nervous about privacy issues, but what I'm looking at, and when I looked at your site and looked around, and I put a lot of stock in what our deputies tell us, and those are in charge, and they need this. And especially when I see pictures of children that are being rescued because of a system. So I'm going to make a recommendation, because it seems like part of the stickler is my colleagues, respectfully, don't want the money taken out of Measure R. So since we do have a healthy general fund, I would propose, and if you guys want to make it a motion or discuss it, I would propose that we accept, and by the way, well done, please tell our CFO, outstanding job, and I'm getting real tired of the fact that you're always screwing up by $1 million, Andy. I'm just I know. Yep. And the fire department, how it's been every year you've been under budget. It's like amazing. I mean, back in the day, they were always over budget by like $5 million or something crazy. Anyway, I'm going to make a proposal that we fund it out. We pull that out, which may take 2 motions. Pull it out. We fund it in the general fund because it's a limited amount of money, but the rest of it we approve. And that's just my proposal. If you want, I'll make it a motion. So we will excise the security system vote to approve the rest of it if you're willing, and then make a separate motion. Is that what I would need to do, John? A separate motion to pull out of the general fund?
Actually, I think that, given the fact that you're voting on the mid-year budget adjustments as a motion, that all you're doing is transferring it from one part of that mid-year budget adjustment to another.
So my motion would be we approve it in total, except that we pull the security system out of the Measure R funding and put it into the general fund and approve everything in total that way.
I have a question, Kevin.
Yeah, under discussion. It's a motion, yes.
Before your motion.
Oh, okay, I'll wait. Oh, we have people talking.
The public comment before.
Oh, goodness gracious, I'm sorry.
Ask my question.
Yes, please.
On the cameras, so originally, I think, Andy, wasn't it, Eastvale wanted us to tag team along with them at certain common intersections?
Well, I don't know that I will call it tag along. They sought for our approval to install their camera on a city-owned traffic signal.
Okay. Now, do we know which system Eastvale went with?
Eastvale has had their system for a few years, and that's the Vigilant system.
Okay. Now, are there any concerns with interface? Because I think in one of those earlier conversations it was, if you were, and this goes back to the sharing on a common light, at our borders, to interface. So if you got a picture of a car speeding away into Eastvale or vice versa, how do they work?
Well, these two
together?
Systems would not work together. They're two separate systems. I guess the way that I would envision that they would work together is because both cities contract with the sheriff's department. So
right.
Norco could have one system. It would pick up, say, a hit on a stolen vehicle, and although a deputy in Eastvale might not get that, the deputies in Norco are going to be broadcasting that on the radio, so everyone's going to get the same information. It's just, it's going to be a hit here locally, and that also wouldn't prevent deputies from, the other Harupa Valley stations to be users on this system. So they could be authorized users on our system and still get that information. But either way, it could be shared. They just wouldn't, the two systems wouldn't pair up. As far as, the data collection or the storage, but the information getting out if there's an incident or a hit on like a DOJ stop or, a murder suspect, Amber Alert, anything like that, that information is still going to be broadcast between the deputies.
Okay. So there wouldn't be any issues that these two systems are not compatible together?
Well, the systems themselves wouldn't be compatible because, they're two different storage and interfaces, but I guess if we're talking about the deputies being able to access information from each system, the deputies could have authorized access to each system, and so they could be on patrol and have vigilant hits or flock hits.
Okay.
So, all our deputies at our station could have access to both systems, and even though the two systems are not communicating with each other for real-time incidents, that would be broadcast by the deputies. And so you really have two different ways that we would use this tool. One would be real-time investigations or real-time, what we'd call like a hit. So if there's a stolen vehicle that comes through one of the cameras, it would notify us, hey, a stolen vehicle just passed through this intersection. And that could be, like I said, any kind of crime suspect, murder suspect, rape, Amber Alert. And then we also utilize these for investigation. So say if there's a robbery that's reported late, we can go back and filter that information through there and get that information back to the 30 days. And again, any deputy from any of our contract cities could get that information.
So we would be able to share with another system?
Not necessarily another system, but the deputies would have access
to both?
To both systems.
Okay.
So, say for instance, if a deputy knows that there was a crime that occurred in Norco, they could access Flock to use that camera system. if they know it occurred in Eastvale, they can just go on to Vigilant and use that system.
Now, does Corona have?
I believe you said that they're in discussions with Corona for Flock.
Okay.
Sorry, I watched one of their meetings. They just approved, I think, 10 or 12. They're going to pilot a program. So that's in the works for Corona.
So I guess that would go back then to sharing that information because it's not Riverside County.
Correct. So we could just enter into an agreement with them and we can share that information.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I guess another thing of note that wasn't really mentioned, the other system, the technology is a little different. So the 10 cameras that were proposed last time were for 4 intersections or 4 locations. This technology is actually, it covers more lanes. So the same amount of cameras, 10 cameras, is going to 10 locations instead of 4 locations.
Okay.
So essentially, if we have a major incident here, a major crime, it's like having deputies at 10 different locations at the ingress-egress of the city. So if that vehicle passes through or passes in, we're going to get that information. Okay. But this system provides a lot more coverage.
Got it. Thank you,
Can we go to public comments? Again, I apologize, my fault. I was really making a proposal to see how it floated anyway.
Okay, now is the time to dial in for public comment for item 5A. You will be placed in a queue and your call will be answered in the order received. You will have 3 minutes to speak. The call will disconnect promptly at the end of 3 minutes. You will need to call during each item you wish to speak upon. Callers are asked to abide by public decorum and use language that is appropriate to a public environment. Please dial 951-582-5557 now. And as we're waiting for the queue, I do have one public comment via email that I will read right now. Council members, this is not the time to spend money on the license plate readers. Please allocate the Measure Our money to a more pressing need. Thank you, Andrea Gladson. That's the only comment I do have for this now. Now we'll take calls.
Attention.
Hello, you are live and you have 3 minutes to speak. Please begin now.
Good evening, Council. I was not going to call on this item, but after the last few comments, my name is Linda Dixon. I felt like I probably should. I respectfully disagree with you, Andy, on your interpretation of the Measure R criteria. I would like to see the council go along with what the residents voted for and what was actually on the ballot and what we campaigned so desperately for, trying to get this measure passed. It was written on the ballot. This is what the residents of this community voted for, and we cannot come back over a year later and give a different interpretation. So I guess you would say layman's opinion, would respectfully disagree, and I am 100% for moving the charges on the readers to the general fund. This is definitely not a Measure R fund, and I thank you so much for your time and what you do for our community. Thank you.
Do we have any more in the queue? Thank you. There are no further comment.
Closing public comments. So, does anybody have anything else? Then I will. Yeah, please, Catherine.
I have one more question I meant to ask.
Yeah.
How, I tried Googling this and I couldn't find the answer. I know Eastville has cameras, Corona's getting cameras. How many cameras are there already in Riverside County or already in use by the sheriff, if there's an estimate?
I would have no way to know what the total number is. I know ALPRs are widely in use. It's a tool that we've had for many, many years. What the estimated number would be, I'm not sure. If I had to guess, I think Eastville put in about 8 or 10 cameras, and that was within the last 2 years. I think that's pretty ballpark, but the total number throughout Riverside County, I would have no idea of knowing.
And agencies share this information, right? I mean, so for instance, Eastville has that. They can share that information with another jurisdiction. Even if they have different systems or what have you, that information gets shared. It's legal to share when it has to do with, right, an
That's
investigation.
Correct. So you could share that through the system, so you can have agreements with other agencies to where they can just access that. You can also just request that through an investigation. So I know if a city in LA has ALPRs, I can just call them and ask them for that information. And we have the same policy where other agencies can ask us for that the information from our system, and we can provide that to them. And there's safeguards to ensure, just like reports or other sensitive information that we would share with law enforcement, they have to make an official request, and then we could provide that to them.
Okay, and one of my reasons, just to give some context to why I'm asking that question, it seems like we have cameras in so many places already, and I think for some people, myself included, it can feel a little Big Brother-ish, 1984. And so just want to have an idea of what infrastructure is already there in terms of thinking of what's best for the community and how many and if so to put in. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess just a final comment for myself. At the end of the day, I really have one job. And that one job is to keep people safe. And I think a lot of councils forget that. And a lot of them are now ruining that. So for me, I'll make the proposal that we excise the cameras, put them under the general fund, and then approve with those separate as a separate issue under a separate funding, and approve all the rest under as it's described by the report. And unless there's any other discussion, that is a motion if there's a second. Any discussion? All right, vote count, please.
Councilmember Alaman?
No.
Councilmember Grummeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Bash?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Alaman voting no.
Moving on, good discussion. Well done, staff. Well done, council. I think what we will do, I guess we'll just, do you guys want to move forward, or do you want to take a break before we begin the next one? All right, we will take a 5-minute break. It's a little bit early, but let's do it because we got two fairly significant things that are coming up. We will now move on to B, 5B, recruitment of Measure R Citizens Oversight Committee members. City Clerk.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Tonight before you, I have brought the recruitment of the Measure R Citizens Oversight Committee for your review. Recruitment is coming up. We will begin April 1st. And since I was reviewing the recruitment process for Measure R at the very beginning, we've had approximately 2 years of the committee in full swing. And now we have the first 3 that were only assigned to 2 years for recruitment. So I just wanted to bring it to you because now is the time, the best time before recruitment starts for you to take a look at their bylaws, take a look what the recruitment process is, and see if there is anything you would like to change, if you would like to align it with the other established commissions and committees that we have, if you would like to keep it the same, or you would like to make other changes as recommended. I did include a resolution tonight, so if you did want to make those changes, we could do it tonight. I wouldn't have to bring it back. But feel free, believe me, I just want you to review this, make sure it's where you want to go with recruitment. Since it's starting, I'd rather do it now than when recruitment starts in April and we have to stop the recruitment process and maybe delay the new members or members that may be reappointed at that time. We do have 3 members that are up for their seats. They are the members that were assigned to a 2-year. If they are reappointed, they would be a 4-year. They become 4-year, established like the others. So they would be on a rotating cycle with the others. Even if a new member came in, they would be on a 4-year also. They don't start back at the 2 according to the bylaws. So what I have before you tonight, and as you have read in your packet, is just if you would like to continue with the process of utilizing a third party to vet applications and a lottery process. I don't see the interest as being the same as what it was when this first had begun. It was brand new. Rules were being set. Money hadn't been spent. It was an unknown at that point, and that's what you usually have when you're establishing a new committee. You usually have the many applicants that are coming in, but now that it is established, the city and our community has seen what has happened in the process. I haven't received any interest. Can I be put into a waiting list? Can I put in my application ahead of time for this? I see things are coming, seats are being open. So I'm just letting you know what I am seeing with this right now, and this could save a potentially of up to $10,000 if we don't have a third party involved. And so if you have any questions for me or you'd like me to elaborate any further, just let me know. I'm here.
Ted?
If we change this, they'll have to go through and put a whole new resolution and everything on there, correct? I mean, that's what you're asking us to do?
Yeah, I have the resolution here. If we change it to a line, we would just make the few changes to take the lottery process out and the third party out and align it with the other commission and committees the way you appoint at that point, where you vet the applications ahead of time and you as a whole make a decision on who should be appointed appropriately to that commission and committee.
And you're going to say so the savings would be, but you're not using that third party that did the initial screening process, because we had like 50 applicants.
Correct.
On that.
Yes, there were 50 applicants at that first time.
They got it down to 25, and then we did the lottery out of Europe or wherever it was.
Correct. It was an
deal.
application process. Correct.
Yeah, the only... I don't have any other questions for you, Dana. I appreciate that. This is kind of what we told the people when they were going to vote it for, is we didn't want the good old boys type of a deal. These are totally independent. As council members, we wouldn't have we were trying to avoid showing any conflict, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, John, is when we put it together, is that this way the 5, whoever's up here in the council, would not have their be voted on who was going to be here, not to change the process for dealing the money. I think it was done as an integrity issue and impartiality issue, so we wouldn't show any favoritism, and I think that's what we decided on, right? Okay. I don't have any further.
Robin?
I don't really have any questions, and I've been somewhat conflicted over this in thinking about the way the other commissions are put together and voted on, and how is this one different and how is it the same? And I think it goes to what Councilman Hoffman said. We really want to try and maintain that impartiality of the selection of those folks that are on this particular commission and board. And so the only thing that's kind of come to mind for me is that, you know, the applications come in, they either are acceptable candidates or not, based on a preliminary check of the application. And then I'm just wondering if we can't, in a public setting like this, put those names into a randomizer. I use them in the classroom all the time. There's no expense. They're free. Put those names into a randomizer, and then whatever ones are picked, so there wouldn't be the expense there. But I certainly want to hear what my colleagues on council have to say about that. I don't want there to be a financial impact of selecting members for service on this particular oversight committee. So that's all I have right now.
Catherine?
Yes, so I kind of looked at it in terms of what are the positives and negatives of keeping or changing the way that the commission or the committee is being selected. Positives to changing it, obviously there would be no cost. The council would have influence on the selection, in terms of if the council wanted to pick, a certain member that, is going to focus on different community priorities for those funds. Keeping it the same, there is a negative with the cost. However, I had asked, one of my questions that I asked Andy was, would that cost be smaller? Because when this, the first time that this process happened, there were 50 people that applied. Usually there are not 50 people that apply for commission, so the number would be, we're assuming, much smaller, and as Dana has said in her experience thus far, as well as those that are still serving on the committee, if they'd like to continue to serve, those applications I would assume are already deemed qualified because they are serving on the commission. A negative, though, is that, if we were to change it to the way the other commissions are, is that it can be seen that the council has more of that influence, as Councilmember Hoffman said, the good old boys club, and that, those, whether it's true or not, there could be public perception that those representatives then are being unduly influenced by council, that it's not an independent body as it was created. And then the timing, it's only been 2 years, so it still is a relatively new measure in our community that is really getting off the ground, and the work is getting done. And then another negative could be those members who are doing a great job, they would go back into the lottery selection. They might not be selected to continue to serve. So I look at it as there's a cost to doing everything, whether that's a monetary cost or a different cost. And this committee was formed because our residents wanted a strong oversight committee over these funds, and they wanted it to be independent and transparent. I think we're in a time of public mistrust for government, and our residents really want transparency. I want to make sure that we're giving that to them. So I am concerned that the cost of changing the process has a great cost in that sense, that it might lead to people to lose more faith in kind of the independence of that commission and the decisions that are being made there. And I want to make sure that we're promoting and building that public trust and transparency. I thought of the same thing. Is there a way possibly to do this process in-house It's a very simple process that the consultant did, that $10,000 paid. They took the applications. The requirements to be on Measure R are actually a little more than on any of the other commissions where it's just your age and a resident and a citizen. And then, put them in a pot and, draw names or what have you. Would that satisfy that desire by residents for it to be an independent and transparent process? I don't have the answer to that, but that certainly would be a solution that would then have a zero cost. Or would it be best to delay changing the process to something like that for a little more time, just so that the committee is able to, and the funds we kind of build that trust in the community?
Thank you. Greg?
Well, I think first, when we first came up with this, was the transparency, and that council wanted to keep hands off of the selection, and I still believe that. But some of the other items that my colleagues have brought up, it's kind of that. What if you have an outstanding member of this committee and you want to keep them on there? You run that risk with the lottery of losing them, even though they bring a lot to the table. Also, I looked at the attendance of the committee members, and you haven't had that many meetings, and you have one member that's already missed 4. Now, there may be very valid reasons for that, but to me, attendance is kind of important. I don't know, with 2 school teachers here, I don't know if that comes into play, but so what do you do in that situation? And I remember we had this years ago on different commissions where previous council would look at attendance records and go, why should I support that person? So it's kind of back and forth. I think I'm okay with, I wouldn't want to spend the money. I don't think we're going to have that many more applicants, and maybe we can have a shut-off that, hey, if we have 50 more that want to be on this commission, that, okay, maybe we need to look at the accounting firm. But if it's a half a dozen, I think we could look at the applications and then just make the random selection on it. So I'm just kind of going whatever I think would be the compromise, but what would be your thought?
I was just saying that, I do appreciate that. I think that is a good compromise for the community. I know I understand weighing the pros and cons of losing. Maybe a member will not be redrawn in the lottery, so you could lose somebody that is very valuable to that. But you thought of that at the very beginning in the lottery process. You might have had some people in that 50 that you thought would have been extremely helpful and qualified, but they didn't make it, because of the lottery. So that is a risk. But Council Member Grunmeyer was saying, and yourself, Mayor Pro Tem, if we get in the applications and we do have, 10, 12 applicants that do come in, have those vetted to make sure that they all are qualified, and then we can do the random selection electronically on the board for the community to see the random selection from those. So it's not that the council has taken anybody out, the council hasn't chosen anybody or brought anybody in. It's the actual applications that have come into me. I have notified those and I have certified those and stated that they are qualified, and they go through the random selection here. So that is a great option, I think, at this point. But if we do get another 50, 60, then I would agree that that would be something you would want a third party might to vet each one of those and do at that point. So you have a couple options here, or you can leave it as is and we do it the same way that you have in the bylaws currently.
If I'll make one comment which will make the decision not easier. I think that the real issue doing it that way is who decides and what criteria to apply about who's qualified and who's not. If you get, let's say the 3 people apply and you get 4 more in the community that are people that council members know well, who's going to say, well, I really like you, but you're not qualified? That was the purpose of having an independent auditor do it, so that council really didn't get involved in that, I like you, but you're not qualified.
For me, I wasn't happy with how we selected. The process, we promised that there would be an independent selection, but we also promised everybody would be interviewed. And they went through the resumes, and they didn't interview everybody, and people were very upset by that. I didn't think they did the job, but I don't want to confuse that process with what we promised, and at least I promised. If we were to set up some qualifications that the person coming in automatically, that qualified them, I don't know what those would be, but then you could just go to a system where you literally just put everybody who qualified into the pile. Because your problem is how do you select that third-party person? I mean, that's kind of the key. If you use local residents, you're in trouble. Maybe you bring somebody in from the outside to volunteer or something like that. But is there qualifications you could go by that if you have those qualifications, you automatically are in the lottery and then you get selected? In terms of somebody you really like, the reality of that selection was I only knew really one person who got selected. I knew Susan Bowen, but the rest of them, I knew them, but they weren't in my realm. They weren't actually, some were involved in just different things. So I think this particular committee, if you don't get selected, somebody else has the opportunity. So
And then, Mayor, when you're talking about the qualifications, you did vote and put them into the bylaws. So there are qualifications are listed as a tick box.
And is that, my question is that enough? Are those qualifications enough? If you have those things, A, B, C, D, E, then you just get put in the hat or you get put into the system like that. Before we move any further, do we have any cards? Do we have any public comments?
I will call for public comment now at this time. Please dial in for public comment for item 5B. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Your call will disconnect promptly at the end of 3 minutes. Callers are asked to abide by public decorum and use language that is appropriate to a public environment. Excuse me. Please dial 951-582-5557 now. And I have no written public comments at this time.
Kind of in response to Kevin, page 2 are the criteria, and I got it to the extent that they're criteria. E is demonstrate abilities to understand and comply with city and committee rules and regulations, and F is demonstrate to the third party the ability to perform the duties of the committee. That's it. Those aren't criteria for anything.
No, so you'd get rid of those, wouldn't you?
So either you develop other criteria, or go to the third party who, I mean, frankly, even the third party in the original selection kind of decided themselves what they thought the appropriate criteria were without any guidance from.
And I was very upset that he didn't interview people.
If I recall, didn't we have supplemental questions to the application?
We did.
Besides this generic qualifications here?
Yeah.
I think we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason the independent third party did not go through the interview process was that they believed that those 25 any one of those 25 could actually do the job based on their review of the applications and the supplemental information that was provided.
I need to take the call for public comment.
Yep. Hold that thought, Andy.
Hello, you have 3 minutes to speak. You are live. Please begin. Hello? Hey, they're not there. They hung up. Do you have any?
So you need to extend the warranty in your car?
Yeah, I know.
Go. Hello, you're live. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please begin.
Hello again, Council. This is Linda Dixon. I'm just going to make this very short. Quite a few of the residents were very discouraged and unhappy with the way this was handled in the beginning. And true, not everyone got interviewed or were given even a little bit of opportunity to discuss their resume. However, what I really want to say is this. If the residents of this community did not think that you five sitting on council did not have any ethics or integrity, you would not have been voted into office. You were voted into office. The people trust you, and I trust you in this process. So I would suggest that you make the necessary changes, and we'll leave it in your hands. Thank you.
All right, I'll now close public comments. Bring it back to council for recommendations, ideas. Anybody want to start?
Yeah, Kevin, I will.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, he missed me last time, so I'm never going to let you forget it. The one thing, and then I understand trying to save money, and I think we don't need to go to the lottery process that we went through before that, where we called in and did that. I think, Robin, you had a good idea with doing it in-house with the candidates. But this commission or committee is such in its infancy. It's only been going on for 2 years, and I would hate to make a lot of major changes on it. We haven't even had some of the people. There's only in 2 years of their 4-year term. So before we decide to make a whole lot of changes on who gets through. And the recruitment process, but the screening process and how it happens, I think we should stay with that third-party review because of the infancy of this committee. I don't want to see us make a bunch of changes in this start of it, and that's my opinion on it. I'd rather keep the only thing I'd like to see change is once we get the qualified candidates to have a little better lottery type system. Robin, I don't know that program, but it sounds like it's pretty simple to do, rather than calling into that firm wherever it was. And
but we did do that.
No, but we hire a firm to do it, right?
Oh, we did it.
Oh, I thought she did it. There was a company out of. Okay, well, that's cool. It's as long as it's not an expensive thing to do. That's one thing. The major expense was the number of candidates. But I don't want to, like I said, personally, I don't want to change it right now. It's because it's so new. And we haven't even gone through the first session of candidates haven't even gone through their full term yet. So that's my opinion on it, Kevin. Thank you.
Catherine?
I would agree with what Councilmember Hoffman said. The only question I would pose to this group then is there any clarification from council that we would want to give on what it means to be highly qualified? Because I think there were some questions even for who was selected to get put in the pool by that third-party consultant. How did they determine who was highly qualified? Because these are very subjective It's a teacher, right? We have rubrics. It's very clear. You have points. This is the standard. That's not the standard. So I don't know if we want to give more direction, or we just the third party does that. Mm-hmm.
Any process you put in place would have to require somebody making some judgment, okay, as to how they evaluate a particular applicant. So they were provided their resumes and applications and supplemental answers to the questions that were provided. So again, I think that there is not any way to do this that would not require somebody making some judgment about who meets the criteria. If you want to really keep it independent, then I think it's better that an independent, uninterested party makes that determination. Somebody who has qualification to make a determination with respect to the criteria that we've chosen, to have them do it rather than having staff do it, because I can see that be construed as not being transparent and not being independent. Again, I do really believe it's a third party if we're going to go that route, unless the city council wants to align it to the current process you have for recruiting other commissioners or committee members. We may require them, ask them to do an interview process if that is a concern. But again, the reason they didn't do that was they believed that they had 3-step review process, 3 people in the firm that reviewed this, and they determined that these were their top 25, and any one of those 25 meets the criteria. And I believe them. These people have been doing an outstanding job, the ones that are currently on the committee. So apparently, in my opinion, at least, they made some solid choices, that any one of those 25 people who were selected are currently doing a good job. We can require that they do that additional interview to kind of streamline it even further. The $10,000 amount that is put here is just for reference. That's what we used the last time. I think we only spent about $6,000 the last time. It wasn't even $10,000. So clearly the cost, a factor, but it's not a big factor in terms of trying to resolve this issue.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get the interview. It did not necessarily have an interview this time. The problem is that the consultant was told he said he was going to interview everybody, and I totally get he was probably sincere. And then we went out and we told residents, and so then they were coming back at us like, "Well, we didn't get interviewed." So it doesn't necessarily have to happen this time. We just need to make sure that however we do it, we follow the criteria that we said we were going to follow, because people, that's why they were upset. And well, Andy, I totally I'm not criticizing you, but I gave my word. That's the problem. And he gave his word when he stood at the podium. That's his problem. We didn't do that. We caught the flack. That's all. We don't have to do it this time. We have to. Our problem is going to be if we have a third party. Who is the third party going to be? And then how is what will we then be told that we can go out and tell residents to say this will be the criteria, so that I don't have 20 calls from people saying, "Gee, I was never interviewed," and they felt like they hadn't been given their due, whether they were or they weren't. And I totally understand, but he's the one that said he was going to do it. So the guy that stood at the podium and then changed it, and he changed it. And I'm not saying it wasn't a fair process, because the one thing I hope people understand is that I promised I would not be involved in the selection process. And to Ted's point, I have to agree with him. it is too new. Maybe if there was some way, though, I don't like having to spend that money on it. But the problem we have is, to John's point, how do you just take any applicant and just put them in the hat and pick somebody? Do we want to do that? What would the criteria be to select someone?
That's actually the difficulty, and I think that the consultant developed their own criteria based upon their perception of what the Measure R committee was going to do, as opposed to you giving them direction. Part of the difficulty, I think, with that developing criteria is the breadth of the issues that and interests that the Measure R committee gets to see. I mean, you want people that are interested in trails and Horsetown, USA, and you want people that are interested in roads, and you want people interested in public safety. So I think that probably what the independent did was develop their own criteria and apply them to those, and 25 of them didn't make the cut. However they did that. That's half of them. That's a pretty substantial cut line.
And I would, and don't get me wrong, if that's how he decided, if we hire somebody to do that, I would not have a problem with that. As long as I then go out and say, look, if you didn't make it, you didn't make it. It's independent, and he has his own criteria. We're not involved. Greg, anything?
Just a dilemma on this. Go back to what we originally decided on this committee, and it was we wanted to keep our hands off on the selection. And part of me still feels that way. But we're 2 years down the road. Has the committee worked that well as our ideal was 2 years ago? John, you kind of hit on something as far as this criteria. With, some people will be supporting trails, some will be streets, some will be public safety. But a lottery, you don't know what you're going to get. They could, all support, one item, and others would be neglected. So you're kind of rolling the dice with that. So that's kind of where I have some issues with. We said we'd keep our hands off of it, but maybe it needs to have some hands on. I agree with Kevin on the short listing. I think that there were some very qualified people that did not make the short list, and I heard about that also. So.
But at least you didn't hear about it when you were the one that had to make the decision about what the short list was.
No argument.
Right. Right.
That's the good part.
And having watched some of the Measure R videos, let me ask this and probably hang myself about it, is when staff brings up these items to Measure R in this 2 years, how many items have been rejected by Measure R to staff?
One of the items that was initially not recommended was funding for public safety in the first year. If I remember correctly, the staff recommended that part of public safety budget increase be funded out of Measure R, and that was not approved by the COC.
Was that on a deputy or the traffic deputy?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
To your point, and just to clarify, just to throw my 2 cents in there, I think the commission has been very diligent in asking a lot of questions. They've been thoroughly, especially when it comes to a lot of Brian's projects, and because they're more involved instead of just being a street or this or that. There's been a lot of good questions, a lot of good thorough review of what is being asked to be done. So I think this group understands their role and have gelled very well in recognizing that they have the opportunity and can fully vet anything we bring forward. We're also, as staff, very conscious of what we're bringing to them is something in that purview, in that wheelhouse of what Measure R is for. So we're not bringing wish list projects that maybe really shouldn't be there. So we want to focus them on so that they're not having to put on a spot of trying to approve something it really isn't part of Measure R. So I think so far, the 2 years, the group has done very well and grown together, and staff too, in this whole process.
Thank you.
Catherine?
I would just add, just to Kevin's point, and this is going back to the qualifications again, but I would be fine if people, well, but if they applied, and they got put in the lottery, that any resident could have a chance to serve. I think every resident, whether you have, a master's in this or that, if you care about your community and you want to serve, that they would have insight and be able to have that opportunity to bring their experience, which might be different than perhaps is on that commission now. I would be open to that as well, and it kind of takes out the who gets on the short list and who doesn't, because I think every resident would be able to look at these and give valuable insight, and residents who care enough to apply, I think, have shown that initiative in and of itself.
Ed?
Kevin, I just have, the other, and Greg brought it up, as far as any criteria, if they're a current member and they're reapplying, I think attendance should be part of that criteria on there. Then I would hope the consultant would look at that. Just part of their criteria.
And knocking on wood, hopefully somebody who's appointed and doesn't attend isn't going to reapply.
Well, you would hope, but you never know. I'm just, because there's a track record, that's all. I'm just throwing that out there as that's what they should look at.
I'm well aware of the track records.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, attendance, I was going to say that also. I not to toot my own horn, I've missed one meeting in 22 years from all the commissions, and the one meeting I got bit by a dog, if you remember. But I never missed a Park and Rec meeting. I never missed a historic, and that's it. Now, we did have one. Remember, Greg? We did have that one lady on Streets and Trails whose husband... You're a slacker. I know.
And we kept changing the location, hoping that he wouldn't figure it out. But
you guys are
showed up
so
anyway.
mean. Yeah. We did have one instance, though, where the lady's husband got sick. Remember that lady? And so we kind of kept, okay, it's fine. So what do we want to do? Anybody got a recommendation, motion? I kind of like, maybe we do have to have some criteria, like they've lived in town 5 years or something like that.
One other thing you might think about doing is, this is, you don't have to do anything today. See how many applicants you get. If you only get 3, then much of this discussion is moot. If you get 20, then it's probably not. But maybe you can make a decision about how you're going to go through the selection process, other than getting your hands off it, after you find out how many people are really interested.
John, that's moving the goalpost.
Yeah.
Don't want any change in the rules. We want to have...
Oh, I didn't want that one on there.
Sure.
So. Except that clearly, from what all of you have said, the one selection process would not be the city council selects them. The only question is how you go about, if you had 5 people, there really isn't much point in served in having interviews and a short list, and those that didn't make it, they just all go into the pot, as opposed to 50. That's really, I guess that's really the only issue from my perspective, is depending upon the number of candidates, you may or may not have the need to have some independent analysis, and could you maybe just go straight to the lottery?
I kind of lean toward what Catherine's saying in terms of letting anybody in. The only problem with that is the reality is they'll be handling millions of dollars, and so there needs to be some kind of way to, because they're handling millions of dollars, and one of the things I always worry about, there's another component to this. So they approve something, let's say 3 people get on there, and we have to say, no, we're not going to do that. and then we're perceived then as trying to block them. So I think we need to have some criteria, and I'm not sure what that is if we're just going to put them all in the pot.
Under discussion.
Yeah, please.
So the qualifications are in the bylaws already.
Right.
As far as the money, and I'll go back to even like the election of council, it's one person. One person cannot do anything. It always takes a majority. So, and kind of going to what Catherine said as well, I think sometimes we put too much emphasis on titles and resumes and not on heart and intent and purpose. And so I really think that if these were the qualifications that we had before, I could see where we maybe take off F and just say, if you meet A through E, which is basically the general ones, and that you're going to follow the rules, that you go into the lottery and we do it that way. Is there potential that we could end up on, with folks that have a hard time on the commission, or that maybe their motives aren't pure? Absolutely. But again, I go back to it's one person on the commission.
At least it's a 7-person commission.
Yeah, and it's a 7-person
Can we add maybe get rid of E, because how do you demonstrate ability to understand, but maybe comply with city committee rules and regulations? But then what about attendance? Can we add attendance that they must attend?
Sound like you're talking about any criteria if everybody's going in the pot.
No, everybody's going in the pot.
It's 6A. Yeah, attendance is 6A.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And personally, I don't have any issue with leaving E on there.
Okay.
Just because you do have to understand and comply with the rules, and I don't personally have an issue with that staying on there.
So take off F.
That would be my proposal if.
And E that does pertain to your Brown Act and things like that. So we do need to keep that on there.
So is that a motion, Robin?
Oh, real quickly, and then is G standard, Dana? For everyone, right, across the board?
G is
so
standard.
G would stay.
Yes,
okay.
correct.
So then I would make a motion that we have people apply to the Measure R Commission with the exception of 6F, and those completed applications go into a lottery app or randomizer app to be, with the selection to be at a council meeting.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any other discussion? Please take a vote.
Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Councilmember Grummeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffman? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Newton?
Yes.
Mayor Bash?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Great. Good.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any difference, but E is now meaningless because nobody is going to measure anybody against the criteria other than the lottery.
Except I think the way you read that is they demonstrate abilities while they're serving to understand.
But there's nobody to demonstrate it to. They're automatically going into the lottery.
If you can complete the application.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you demonstrate while you're doing it, we will remove you. We still have the right to remove a person who doesn't follow Brown Act, doesn't demonstrate that they can walk and chew gum, right? That's only council people. So, all right. Moving on to public hearings, housekeeping. Order of appeal hearing, staff presentation, council questions of staff, open public hearing, A, public speakers in favor, against, neutral, closed public hearing, council discussion and action. Moving on to A, amendment to the fiscal years 2020-24 capital improvement program, CIP budget, to add tree planting project to Measure R fund. Public Works Director. Chad.
1 second while we get the presentation up. Yep, 3 minutes. I'm fine with that.
Should have been ready.
I'll go. All right.
Next.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so I'll try to go through this as quick as possible to get to questions. I think that's going to be the fun part. So Norco's Forest, we have currently approximately about 9,700 trees that we currently maintain. It was a higher previously, but a significant portion of Norco's Forest is aged out, resulting in disease-designed dead trees. We do have an old forest. In addition, many underwire trees have been adversely impacted due to Southern California Edison's line clearing practices over decades. So we have a lot of deformed trees that are not growing as they should and impacting the wires. As a result, the city and SCE have jointly worked together over the last 4 years to remove nearly 800 trees that pose a problem both in health and also into the wires. That's been a big issue for SCE because of the fires that have hit the state statewide. So that's been a very big focus for SCE, and we've helped facilitate that process. So tree replacement, that's been one of the biggest focuses of we're taking out trees, but what is our plan to replace? Council's directive many years ago is to figure out a program to plant more trees. How can we do that? One of the things we had to figure out is currently is what are the factors impacting planting new trees? Funding, where it'll come from for the new trees, whether it's general fund, in this case now Measure R exists, where that might be, could be grants, all the above, where we get the funding to do that. Who will do it, whether it's public works staff, a contractor, volunteer groups, or some combination of both, who knows, or all three. And who's interested, for our residents interested in putting trees in front of their parkway versus putting them all at public facilities, parks or other facilities, like the City Hall, for example. Just an example on that, to date, we've had only 260 residents sign up for the current tree program. We've advertised it twice. We've had 260 residents apply. However, I do want to point out some of those residents will eventually be denied due to the lack of parkway actually in front of their homes. They may have had an interest in getting a tree, but if there's physically not enough parkway to safely plant a tree, then we can't plant a tree in their area. So we still have to review all those requests. And then there's the issue of a lack of dedicated irrigation in some of these areas. We've had tree programs in the past that I've spoken with Brian Petrie about, is where trees have been put in, but they died because of lack of infrastructure. We don't want that to occur again, but we also do want to try to plant the trees. And then it's the long-term maintenance, how that's going to be done. But again, that's a partnership between, in theory, the residents, if they're getting trees, and the city. We will always, just as a default, any tree that's planted, we are responsible for the overall maintenance of it. The other side of maintenance is the watering of it, how that gets done. So every tree that goes in the public right is and will be part of our tree maintenance program that we currently have in place. The tree planting grant, we actually did find a grant and applied for a grant to plant trees, and that grant was applied for. And basically what we applied for is we were going to try to plant 1,200 trees. The grant itself only allows 15-gallon trees to be planted. We made a request to plant 1,200 new trees, and ultimately we were granted a grant in the amount of $243,000 to plant those trees with a matching requirement of about $81,000. So we had a little over $330,000 to use to plant these trees. And we got the grant. Now we had to develop the program. So one of the criteria in the grant was to create a technical advisory committee, which we did to help figure out how do we do this, how do we plant these trees, where do we plant them, et cetera. So that technical advisory committee was made up of stuck commissioners at the meeting, plus some local residents that were professionals in the industry, and 3 of our current landscape contractors that we have in the city, which was Brightview, Nova, and WCA, all participated in a round-robin group meeting to discuss how we might be able to do and successfully implement the criteria that were required, which is 1,200 trees. And we did verify with CAL FIRE when we got the grant that we either have to plant the 1,200 trees that we asked for or indicated we would, we couldn't do some lesser amount and still use the same amount of money. It was an all or nothing requirement for them. So if we said we were going to do that, we need to follow through with it. Otherwise, they requested we give back the grant money. So we went head in to try to figure out how do we do this program and get every tree installed. What's the process? We had to look at tree selection amongst this ad hoc group, planting methods, watering, maintenance. How do we do this to try to at least successfully get most of these trees to survive and flourish? So as we indicated, the city has already obtained proposals for the tree planting services from the 3 entities that we previously mentioned. We reviewed them in detail. The WCA's proposal was by far the most in-depth and showed the most experience in this type of program, and we felt that they would be the best to go forward with. The question was still is how we're going to do that, and we developed cost estimates for that based off of and it's a conservative cost estimate based off of WCA's proposal. They were not the lowest as far as the proposal. We provide the information in your proposal, but they're definitely the far more experienced in doing this as far as for unit costs. And so we had a conservative budget that we developed of $640,000 total to get it all done, and I'll review that in a second as far as how we came up with that. And then in general, we're asking or seeking council's support to get the additional $397,000 from Measure R to fully fund the project, knowing we're already getting $243,000 from the grant to get it off, to get the project moving. So how we came up with our budget. So purchasing the trees, it's 1,200 trees. Every tree that we had on our list that our TAC group selected as far as the trees they'd like to see residents be able to pick from is $50 as a flat fee for any of the trees. So that was $60,000. To plant those trees, they had a flat fee of $200 to plant every tree, no matter where it was. So that would be a total of $240,000. There is a caveat that they have in their proposal that any tree that has defined irrigation, they're willing to take off $50 from that if we take off the deep watering system that we had as a default for every tree to be planted. If you take that out as a requirement, they would take $50 off that unit cost. So there is already potential savings. So basically, for example, any tree that's planted in a park that has dedicated irrigation, we would not need the deep watering system because it's getting dedicated watering. The deep watering system was meant as a default for any tree that was going to be in an area where there was not dedicated irrigation, where we were going to be hand watering for a distinct period. We wanted that water to get into the root system to benefit the tree, not just sit on the top of our soil, which frankly doesn't percolate very well. So there's some caveats of how this can change. We made some general guesstimates as far as what could we do, and again, this is really conservative. Maintenance with watering, we assumed there would be 800 trees that would be planted that would need watering, and part of the TAC review was in order to try to give the best success of surviving, any tree that doesn't have dedicated irrigation should be watered over 12 months. And that amount of watering would be determined by the contract that we ultimately would hire. So maybe during the summer months, they're going out multiple times a week to water it, or once a week every month, and then certain months where it's cool and some rain, you only go out once a month. As a minimum, per this agreement, per our RFP, for all the applicants, is you have to go out at least once a month to view every tree you planted, just to check on it, make sure the stakes are in place, do any trimming that has to be done, repairs of any of the planter area, whatever it needs to be done, they have to go out and do that at least once a month. In addition, watering it as many times as they have to make sure it survives. Every tree is guaranteed that it will survive for at least 12 months. After that 12-month period, then it reverts over to the city. So anytime during the first 12 months that they're maintaining the tree, if it dies, they replace it. And then we assume that trees that would be without watering, again, would be $400. It's only $50 a tree to plant that, to maintain it, to basically go out once a month and just verify and check on it. So every tree would be $50 for the whole 12-month period that we charge. So that's how we came up with the total budget. Very conservative. I'm going to keep saying that over and over again. So our total project total was $640 minus the grant funds. We came out we would need, in theory, $397,000 to do the program. Those numbers can definitely change. I could see that the maintenance with watering and maintenance without watering flipping so that we're going to see that savings. And then we also save water in the planted areas. So I ran one just to give you that option. So if it basically flipped, you see how much the money might change. But we got to find the locations and verify, because my goal is to first try to give every resident who wants a tree, get them a tree. Whether they want water, whether they're going to have a dedicated watering system or not. Ideally, and right now we're at 260. That number's going to drop after I review some of the folks, because we just don't have the frontage to do it, safely do it, especially along where you have a trail, then a 2-foot parkway, because that's all the space there is. It's not safe to plant a tree in that little between the trail fencing and the street. So there's going to be some areas where I'm going to disappoint some folks for it, and we'll explain to every single one of them if we have to deny them that tree, because we're not planting any trees in the trails, because we're trying to eliminate. That's the current problem we have now, is obstructions in the trails that cause issues. If that's something the council wants to consider in the effort just to plant trees, it's not something I'd recommend, because that's how we've gotten into some of the issues we're dealing with trail maintenance now, because those trees are in the way. The goal would be to try to put them in the right place, so we are currently, just to give you some feedback, we currently do have the survey still in place. We're still promoting it to see if it's available. The goal for tonight is really just to kind of review the program, to hear what you do or don't like about what we're proposing to do. Maybe you don't like us watering the trees at all, that it should be either somebody puts in dedicated irrigation and they take care of it, or we don't put a tree in front of their house. What you want to see regarding the residential participation in this, or some other ideas. So nothing is set in stone, but we at least wanted to get you something in front of you that at least had the basic criteria of how we came to this point, and then we can massage how we do this program and ultimately implement it. My preference is that we do hire a contractor to do it, because the resources I don't have to do that. I don't envision at all we could do anything with user groups to fundamentally get 1,200 trees in a reasonable amount of time. We have 3 years to get everything planted and done. We're already a year and a half into this program because of the COVID and the delays, and so we've got a year and a half to get this process finished in order to do it. I'd like to think that user groups could participate in some fashion. It shouldn't be in regards to planting all of them. Maybe we give user groups an opportunity to plant trees for service credit or other things that might need, especially kids at college, or excuse me, the high schools, that maybe we give them a block of 20 trees to plant, and they can give them, we can isolate some of those to work on that. I don't know. I'm very interested in hearing your thoughts about that. I do have a representative from WCA here, Nick Alago. He's the regional manager for WCA. So he's here as my expert as far as the technical issues related to trees and how their survival rate, et cetera, that I'll be happy to have you grill him on those. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Greg?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Just playing with some of these numbers, and so you've had 260 people. We've been advertising this program for how long?
I think almost a year
plus.
Probably at least a year. I think we started last December timeframe.
Okay. So, like I said, don't take me wrong. I like trees. You've been by the house, so I try to have my own forest. The numbers don't work for me. I'll keep the Measure R stuff separately. I'm going to say once again, I don't think this is a function of Measure R to replace trees, but the overall grant money, doesn't seem like we need the grant. This is going to end up costing us so much more that, let's say we were able to provide trees for the 250 residents that show up at the cost that was proposed at $50 a tree and $200 to plant it, $60,000. Why don't we stay with that? I mean, or look at a different program. I've not seen the financial benefit of this grant, and to be held to plant 1,200 trees where in reality the majority of them are going to end up in our parks as a surplus, which then Brian can plant those, and Brian can use his budget to water them. So that's kind of what I'm wrestling with right now. As a resident, if I wanted to sign up for a tree, you can dig the hole, but we do have an agreement, and I think it's good that you took away the automatic water part of it, but as a resident, if you want to take the responsibility to get a tree, then you water it. But I think in the long run, financially, over $600,000 to plant these trees, not a prudent cost. That's where I am right now.
Catherine?
I have a few different questions. With trees, so if they are watered for a year, then they're under warranty, correct, for another year after that?
No.
No.
Once they're planted, then it's 12 months, and part of that includes their maintenance. So
Okay.
they're maintaining it for the 12 months. They're
Okay.
doing ongoing maintenance.
What is on average, offhand, what's the chance that if a tree was planted and it was watered for that year, and then it was not watered again, that it would survive with whatever precipitation there is?
Planting these trees.
Okay, so that was another question I had. What counts as dedicated irrigation? So, for instance, a resident, they're a parkway in front of their house, and they don't have a horse trail, so they're on a side with no horse trail. It's just going, in their parkway, the front part of their yard, and they have sprinklers. Is that sufficient within the first year?
And we define dedicated irrigation as something that's physically there. It's not you hand water.
Okay.
It's more something that's permanently there that, in theory, could be used to automatically water that tree, or they could turn it on from their house. But it physically, it's something there.
Okay. And then my last question, or I guess my last comment. So I did sign up for a tree. I signed up in the second round. And one of the reasons is because it said Parkway. And so when I first saw it, I didn't know if I would qualify, because I didn't, even as a council member, I didn't really know what the Parkway would, because I don't have a horse trail. My horse trail is behind my house. I don't know if that's an issue at all for people who maybe don't understand where the tree could go, if they don't have what I thought a parkway would be, which would be, the area kind of outside the horse trail that I picture up in like Norco Hills or something. I want to see our community beautified. I would love to see these trees. How do we make that work? I mean, that's why we're here, to try to figure that out. I understand Greg's point with the cost. I think it depends a lot on where the trees go and if they have water. I think we're disappointed with how many residents have expressed interest, whatever that reason might be. I would love to see, if we hear from our residents that they're upset about the trees that are getting cut down or are dying, and so we want to replace these trees, but we also, want people to want to put them in their yards to beautify our streets. So.
Robin?
All right, so my first questions are for Chad. So on page 2 of the staff report, and you've already mentioned it, so there will be some requests that will have to be denied and those trees planted elsewhere. Who is going to make that determination, and when will that determination take place, and how will a resident potentially be notified of that?
Once if we move forward with the program, and if we do agree to do a contract with WCA, my envision that myself, staff-wise, and WCA would work together, because I want the expert to tell me what's the appropriate footage that's required to properly and safely plant a tree, but also not make it a hazard to the roadway, because obviously when it starts growing, you get a canopy, and if that canopy's half of it's in the roadway, that might be a problem. So I want to rely on WCA to help me say, yeah, this 3 feet is more than enough, or 2 feet's enough. I want them to tell me on a case-by-case basis that in evaluating the residents' locations that yes, we can effectively put something in.
Okay. Then the next question, how many times did your technical advisory committee meet?
We met once with the consultants and the local entity, the 2 individuals that participated, to get their overall feedback related to how a program should be developed. From that, staff then put together an overall RFP, a packet of the trees that were recommended by the individual groups, because what they did is each consultant sent us, basically used our current tree planting palette and gave us their top 10 or 12 that they thought would be good variety to people to select from, because they all advocated you need a big variety of trees. You don't want to focus on a small group, because then it becomes a very non-diverse forest. So once we had all that together, we brought that back to the STUC committee specifically, not the ad hoc group with the consultants, to review what we ultimately came up with and how it was. We consolidated all the recommendations and reviewed the RFP of what the requirements were going to be, the conditions as far as how the trees would be planted, with watering and without watering. So ultimately, when we got the RFP, we decided we're not going to require in residents participating that watering would be required, because we wanted to get more people in. But in the RFP, we did include that there was an option to water the trees or not water the trees, and that way we had flexibility to go either direction with the contractor. So with the full TAC, we met once, but we met multiple times with the STUC committee on this issue before moving forward.
Okay. What is the anticipated maintenance costs after the conclusion of this project, and what budget would that come from?
Budget-wise, it would come out of our current tree maintenance program that we have now developed, as you probably know, but just for everybody's benefit, council has approved, and we've been operating this our 3rd year of our tree maintenance program, where we basically go through the entire city over a 5-year period. So each tree would be added to that maintenance program to be maintained by, right now, our current contractor is WCA, or any future contractor, where they would be responsible for checking on that tree and on that 5-year schedule and doing any trimming or maintaining that's required.
So there wouldn't be any changes to the cost of that 5-year contract, or that 5-year contract would not turn into, it would take them 6 or 7 years to get to all the trees with an additional 1,200 trees?
No, I think, again, they've recognized when we originally created the program, we hadn't removed all these trees. We hadn't come close to it. So the plan was developed with over almost 11,000 trees. Now we're down to 9,700. We're going to try to put more back. So that quantity has already been accounted for. As they created the different zones, they can adequately do that. And especially since these are all younger trees, they don't need as much trimming as some of the older trees. After 5 years, they're huge canopies. So I don't anticipate any significant increases to the overall costs, because it is a per tree basis, but they divided them up into zones, so we try to maintain our costs each year. It doesn't go up and down and fluctuate a significant amount.
And then what's the average lifespan of the trees that are on the pallet that was selected for this project? The average lifespan of the trees selected?
I'd have to look at the...
Okay. And then I guess the next question that I have would be, Chad, for you. The original tree palette that the council approved, I want to say in the last couple of years, or since I've been on council anyways, there are trees selected that could go under power lines. There were trees that had different purposes within our city. So a selection of those trees, like for example under power lines, or those kind of restrictions, are still included on this particular palette. Is that correct?
Correct. We have 2 sets of trees to choose from, and in fact, even in our second process of the folks that originally a year ago selected trees, we sent out surveys to them that asked them to pick the trees that they're interested in based off of where they're located, and based off of that, it actually allows them to look at just those trees. If you're under wire, you only see those 6 trees that are for under wire. If you're not under wire in your front yard, then you have these 12 different trees to choose from and to select the 1 or 2 that you're interested in. And that actually is actually viewable now on the city's website. You can even, as a new interest, you can do that and select the trees you're interested in from the first opportunity. So it's there. We definitely want to make sure right tree, right place.
Okay.
And that's still, even when they pick a tree, I should have mentioned this earlier, even though you might pick two trees that you like, ultimately, I'm going to rely on WCA to say, is that the right tree for that location, for that soil, for the area around it? And we'll work with the resident on trying to pick a different tree if the ones they selected really aren't best suited for that area.
Okay. And then I just have, I guess, 2 comments. So the one, speaking to the use of Measure R funds, and this is off of the city website. Measure R allows Norco to preserve its quality of life and restore deteriorating streets, trails, parks, facilities, and equestrian amenities, along with preventing additional cuts to public safety. As someone that's lived here for a long time, I see the removal of trees in our community as contributing to some of that deterioration of the look of our community and the feel of our community, and I definitely feel like having a strong and healthy urban forest is a benefit to our community in the big picture. So I don't have a ton of concern over the use of Measure R funds to help supplement this to put our forest back. As I drive down 5th Street or Corona Avenue or Temescal or any of these places where we've just seen complete blocks, honestly, of trees removed, and again, because they're old and maybe not the appropriate tree for what they needed to be, it's been a detriment to the look of our community, in my opinion. But then to go back to, as I look at the requirements that are in place, I don't know how many of those trees under the current requirements are going to be replaced. And that's where I have a lot of concern. I think about, I'll be honest, where I'm living right now, there were 5 trees that have been removed by Edison and different disease issues and everything else. Under the current guidelines, I get 0 trees replaced. There's another resident that had reached out to me earlier in the summer about a tree being removed, and thinking about that person's location, it is highly likely that their tree will not be replaced. And so I'm trying to find where is the balance in, because I understand the trail maintenance and being able to get equipment through. And then on the parkway side, you don't want roots lifting up the road or, huge canopies hanging over the streets. But that's where I'm torn. If you could tell me, all of these trees that Edison, has taken out will be replaced, it would be an automatic yes for me. Because part of it is, I think back to our tree palette discussion, we have trees that can go under the lines. Awesome. Then down the road, those folks that have had their trees removed because of Edison's, or I'm not even going to call it tree trimming, it's just a butcher job, those trees will be replaced.
Right.
And that's just not the case. And so that's kind of where, I'm struggling, because in that respect, that's just a bad PR deal for the city. And maybe I'm being nostalgic or whatever, but, seeing the eucalyptus, down both sides of the street when you're driving down 5th Street or whatever, that was important, and it had value. But I also know what a nightmare eucalyptus and pepper trees, we had pepper trees everywhere in this community, and what a nightmare those are. So I just need somebody to explain to me the balance, or figure out how we can get back to that and still live within the means of what we have.
Right. And I think it's a very valid comment and concern. Certainly, and again, that's what our overall goal was to try to do, was try to put as many trees back, if possible, where we removed them. The question became is, are we going to require participation from the residents, because we have the public right of way for non-trail sides in many of our streets. There's still a big wide dirt shoulder. That's where a lot of those trees were. They existed there. We can put them back there. It's just a question of, do we want to put them in where they're not going to have a dedicated irrigation source by that resident participating? Because we're basically choosing to put a tree back there. Should the resident have some responsibility for making sure it survives? We're putting something back, we took something out, putting something back, but we need you to do this one thing. Otherwise, we can't put a tree there. Is that a reasonable request? Or we simply say, put it back. If we're watering it for a year, hopefully it survives. We give it its best chance. We at least made efforts to try to replace what we lost, and we can do that effort. The trail side is much more difficult because of the impacts. But the non-trail sides, it's very doable to do that because we have wide dirt shoulders that many residents park in, and there's space to put trees in too.
Well, and you just hit on it. People become accustomed to parking in those spots now, so they're not going to want trees. So, and I think that's the other part of it, is the parking issue.
Ted.
You're tough. Real quick on just this question on the trees guaranteed for a year, right? Essentially.
Once they're planted, they're guaranteed for a year.
Tree lasts 6 months. You replace it, correct? After 6 months. Does that extend out? Does that life continue another 12 months?
Yes, for that tree that they just planted.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I want to clarify. If you plant them all in January, for example, by the time December comes, December 31st, boom, your guarantee's up. But it's not going to work that way.
Right.
Correct. Okay. Just want to make it clear. Brian, how many trees you got earmarked for your parks?
Well, we've identified 400 trees that we would be putting in the parks and in some of the parkways that we manage as well. Parkways or medians where we've lost trees or lost them to disease. We actually identified, and it's something we'll be working with our Ingalls Park Development Committee, but we originally had identified 100 trees to go in at Ingalls. I don't know that we're going to need that many. But along some of the areas at Ingalls, we had looked at, as you know, in our bioswales, those particular areas, and doing some stuff over on the east side. So there's quite a few that would go there. Then we have some in the park system, and then we have some that are in the parkways that we would be replacing.
Okay. I'll get back to the parkways here in a minute. Would Silver Lakes qualify?
I believe they would. It's a city facility if we wanted to work something out with them.
Okay, we've
had the discussion with them. They're open if there are trees available. They're probably not going to take 300, but
no, I'm thinking about along the freeway side where to give it a little bit of a blockage, that type thing. If you got 1,200 trees, we can look at 1,200. We've got 122 acres over there, and if I'm just thinking of overall the aesthetic part about it, the benefit of it, and then the creating that blockage along the freeway. Just thought. So parkways. I'm going to go back to why don't we use lessons learned? You recall when the LMDs and the parkways up there, trees were put in there. Do you remember Don and Roy? How many times did they come to you and say, all these trees are dead because nobody watered them? You want the homeowners to water them. They're going to agree to it. I can tell you what happened up in the LMDs. Those sections that didn't have any water or didn't have irrigation, how many trees did you replace, Brian?
At one time, this is in the first part of the development, I believe there was over 100 trees that were replaced. The difference is the trees that are in the actual assessment will be maintained and watered per the assessment. The problem we had is not all of the parkways are in the assessment. So the homeowner makes a conscious decision because that irrigation is tied back to their irrigation system and they have turned it off. That's part of our maintenance problem, is that in many of the areas, those are not in the assessment. So the way that parkway looks or that particular tree in its survival is predicated on that homeowner maintaining that tree.
And
and
it
that
goes back to my point. They don't have any buy-in. You give them a free tree, you say, okay, these guys are going to water it for a year because there's no dedicated watering service. After a year, he has no buy-in. Oh, well, I didn't pay for the tree. They watered it. Yeah, I do or I don't. I made an effort. We have to learn that we just don't put things there. The homeowner has to buy into it. That's why I'm not real sure I can support having them water it for a year, and hopefully the homeowner will take care of it after that, unless it is a dedicated watering system, and the owner is going to work on it to water that tree or take care of that tree at least. Hey, it doesn't work. I mean, we found out in LMD too, right? They let the trees die.
Yeah, in those parkways, there's dedicated water, but it's the homeowner who's responsible for that controller.
Correct.
And they don't want to pay the water.
They don't want to pay the water. So, but they let the trees die. Okay, that's what I'm pointing out. We got to remember lessons learned. And that's why I'm a little hesitant about putting trees where people don't have dedicated water systems that are going to water the tree. And you had 61 of those type of, is that, according to your paperwork, you had 61 of those that didn't have watering?
So far, we've had two, in the initial review where you had to have a watering system, there was just under 200 people wanted a tree and were willing to have a dedicated irrigation system to that tree.
Okay.
The second round of folks that we asked if they're interested in a tree, it wasn't a requirement to have dedicated irrigation because we're trying to get more people into the program.
You pulled 800 trees out between Edison and
Yeah,
we did.
That's a conservative number.
And Robin's right. We got to replace the trees. Those 800 locations, were they earmarked, or do you have tracked?
Yeah, we every tree that's removed, it's identified in our GIS system, so we know where they are.
No, the ones that we took out.
Yeah, every tree that we took out, it's marked, and I have it mapped. It says.
Do we go back to those property owners along there? I mean, I know you flew the thing, you advertise it, get a free tree and all that.
Right.
Did we try to reach out?
Not directly to each homeowner where there was a tree. I mean, that's an undertaking. We put mailers in the utility bills to make everybody aware that there's this program to try to reach as many people as possible, plus all the social media outlets. But we did not target every residence where a tree was removed. That's an undertaking.
Because based upon what happened when all this started, taking these trees out, you would think that we just were Paul Bunyan out there and took every tree down the way.
Right.
And now you would think that now you want to play Johnny Appleseed, that all these people would come back and say, I want a tree. But they're not doing that. And so I think there's a communication problem, to be honest with you. I'm not saying that we haven't done a good job, but maybe we need to reach out. And I know that's an expensive part of the deal, but the trees were removed. And we all heard about it. We know about it. I can tell you right down from Kevin's house, right there, because I drive by it all the time, Fifth and Pedley, Robin's right. All the pepper trees are yanked out. And it looks empty. It looks barren. And I know they're in the trail, or they're along the trail route. But what I'm getting at is we need, somehow or another, I don't think we use social media, we use the webpage. I don't know why people don't do it, but we need to reach out. Where those trees are out, a little flyer on the door, hey, do you want a tree? Can you water the tree? But I think you got to water the tree. I think they have to water the tree. Let me see what other thing I had here. Parks, and the trees are planted on 25-foot centers. The trees are 25-foot centers, multiple trees.
Well, that's our standard is we try to plant trees 25-foot center between each other if a resident can get multiple trees, but it'll always depend on what utilities or infrastructure is in the way. So we might make it a little less to try to get 2 in if it makes sense. If it only one is likely, then we just put 1 in. But we try to do our standard of at least 25-foot spacing so we don't get the overcrowding we have in a lot of areas.
I like your idea of putting variety of trees up, by the way. Where were you when they decided to put all Chinese pistache up and down our street? Okay. The leaves all fall off at the same time. They all look ugly at the same time, but that's okay. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
It's kind of to your point, Robin and Ted. When we moved to Norco in '61, and you probably remember this, Ted, all the pepper trees had been planted during the Great Depression. They all kind of went over the tops. Chad cut down the last of them. But they had ownership. That was a whole community project. People went out and planted thousands of trees. And the eucalyptus trees were planted clear back into the teens to protect fields and then later the poultry operations. That's why they planted the big long, and then the lurpacillus got those. I'm with you, Robin. I don't know where you're going to plant these trees, and I think, I mean, my God, back when you were in charge, we were talking about the urban forest in the late 90s. What was that guy's name? Your superintendent? What was his name? Chris. He went out and became an arborist just so we could take care of it. It didn't help. He used to treat the trees. I don't know. People gotta, the truth is, if people want trees, they usually go out and buy their own. I mean, but I would like to see some trees in Ingalls Park. I would like to see more trees in our parks. I read a thing that a tree increases the property values of your home by like $25,000. So the more trees you have, and that would also clean up our neighborhoods, and to Robin's point, the trails. I wonder if we do water that tree for a year, if people will water it afterwards. I don't know. It's a lot of money, but we've actually, I mean, Greg, you've been involved in this urban forest for a decade. So here it is. It's, yeah. Well, it's what I read out of a real estate book. So here we are. We're looking at, we finally got this after 22 years, and here it is. And part of the problem is we didn't think through our trail standard. We actually didn't think it through. And the truth is, the trees are actually in the trail, and which is probably where they need to go back. And because that's how it worked. And I don't know, back in the day, Edison didn't butcher the, I'm sorry, did you use the word butcher? Yeah, butcher, yeah.
Mayor Bash, would you like to take public comment at this time before
Yes,
you make
I would.
a decision?
Let's hear what these people say.
Now is the time to dial in for public comment for item 6A. You'll be placed in a queue and your call will be answered in the order received. You will have 3 minutes to speak. The call will disconnect promptly at the end of 3 minutes. Callers are asked to abide by public decorum and use language that is appropriate to a public environment. Please dial 951-582-5557 now. Thank you. And we have no written public comments at this time. Hello, you're live. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please begin.
Trees will complement.
1,200 trees. Violate our trust and use measure our funds.
Closing public comments. To the caller's point, I helped put that together. Trees are part of the infrastructure. I'm sorry, but I put a lot of money into Measure R. I fought for Measure R. I completely understand that there's differences of opinion, but a tree is infrastructure. Beautification of as Robin read, the beautification of of our community is infrastructure. And while it may not be as important as making sure your toilet works, making sure your road doesn't have a pothole in it, what it does is it adds to the beauty and it adds to the property values of people's homes. In terms of the city manager, I don't have a problem with what he said. He catches a lot of flack on this thing, and some of the things I agree with him, some of them I don't. But I don't think he ever meant to tell anybody that you can just use it for anything. Anybody that knows our city manager knows that we are in the financial position we're in because the man, every nickel, he's looking to see where it goes. He doesn't ever talk about money. I've known the man for over 2 decades. He does not use money or talk about money in any way, shape, or form loosely. So I take exception that he gets attacked on that forum. So now I guess, unless there's some other discussion, do we have a motion in terms of this? I too have a problem with the cost, but I'd like to hear what the colleagues have to say. Ted, anything?
I'm looking at the costs and that, and it is a big hit on the Measure R. I agree with Robin. The trees on the street, infrastructure. We need that. It enhances our city. I'm just wondering if the trees that are pinpointed for the park systems, they should be coming out of Brian's budget rather than the Measure R. I mean, that's my feeling on it.
Brian would be coming back to you for capital improvement money to do that, because there is no money in the Park Development Fund to do that.
Okay, well, that's... And you would be asking the Measure R committee to pay for that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You're killing me. You're killing me.
You know, just some thoughts, and that's why we really wanted to have this discussion, because the reality is that we applied for the grant without really having an understanding of how a program might or be successfully implemented with all the issues that we have. We're not the cookie-cutter cities that are next door to us where there's curb and gutter with irrigation in the parkway and everything else. You can go plant a tree, move on. We're a different dynamic, and to Councilman Newton's comment, do I think we can get this and do this program and get the trees planted? Absolutely. I think we can do it. Is it going to be where we would like them to be? I don't think so. I think I said that because of the lack of desired participation. So to Councilman Newton's question is that maybe we're better off actually just starting off with baby steps where we put funding in to a program where we plant trees for those who want it and are willing to irrigate it. And we start from that, and we pay for it that way. Don't use the grant and don't do the program, and simply start putting trees back because people requested it. We fund a program to put trees in front of people's homes if they have a dedicated irrigation source, and then build on that momentum as people start putting trees in and funding it, that we do it that way. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something that at least tries to put trees back. And we work with just these folks that at least have said, we're interested, we're here, hey, we want a tree. And we do it a different way. We don't do it this program. We already have a contract with WCA. We have pricing with them to plant trees. They're happy to do it, and work with us and do those services. That's not in question. So I don't want to hold you to this. We can create some sort of hybrid or some alternative. I just want you to know that we're trying to do something to put the trees back, but we've got some significant obstacles to try to make it successful.
And I appreciate that. And I think that's where we're kind of at, is that truthfully, I believe once you start a program like this, and like with Newton's comments, people start seeing you planting trees, they're going to go, hey, I want a tree too. And it may work out. It's that word of mouth, that word of seeing, hey, they're putting in a tree. Well, I didn't pay for the city put it in there, and I just have to water it. Oh, I can do that. That's how they're going to, I think you're going to be better off. So, I think the thought is there. It's just, this is a big commitment on the funding. And if everybody else wants to spend the money that way, I don't want to see our neighborhoods and our streets treeless, because that's not right. But it's just the major impact on, do we really need 1,200 trees? So I'll leave it at that, and I'll let everybody else make their comment.
Is the parkway requirement part of the grant?
The only requirement is the trees must be planted in a publicly accessible location. So it really is parkways, medians, parks, anything that's a legal ownership of the city.
So if we decided to kind of just support those residents that asked for a tree, then we wouldn't have the same stipulations about the parkway per se. It could be planted in their front yard.
Yes, you don't have the same requirements. Yes, you could make any requirements.
There's a little more flexibility, I guess is what I'm saying, in the location of the trees if we started with a smaller program. And I would say to Councilmember, I agree with Councilmember Hoffman's point that I talked about with you about that. Just, is there a way to stagger it? Because I think once people see the trees starting to get planted, then that will generate interest, and so perhaps that is the way to go. We still have a year and a half, correct? So we could maybe try a program like that for 6 months and see if it generated enough interest, and we could still access those grant funds if we wanted. If not, we don't have to use them, correct?
Except for there is an expectation that you're showing progress of getting things done. So I do need to show that we are, again, I can either put them all in one batch and get it done in 2 months, or I can do 300 at a time until the time period is over. But they want to see progress. They want to know why you haven't planted your trees, because we gave them a tentative schedule and where it would be on that. So, and again, they're flexible completely on that. You can go all the way up to your end of your window, but then you're just making it more hard on yourself, because if you only get halfway there and you've got to put those other half somewhere in a quick order, then that gets a little chaotic.
Understood.
I'd really like to see Ingalls Park, the trees go in there. I wish we could do that right away. I would love to see that. Robin, anything else? Greg? I'm waiting for a motion of some kind.
Well, a couple of things. Point Catherine made up about, and Robin, about going outside of, let's say, the horse trail or the right-of-way. Okay, and it's kind of like we've talked before about spirit of law, letter of law, and the situation that, unlike on Temescal Avenue, that here's the horse trail, we took a tree out. If it could just go back a couple of feet onto property behind curb, they'd want a tree. But by this program, we couldn't do that. You would have to stay in the right-of-way and not 1 foot on to somebody's property who also offered to water it. So that's one of my concerns. I agree with Ted on, I think you have to have the homeowner buy-in on it. That's important. Robin, Kevin, I understand the value of trees and that part of the infrastructure. I still kind of, we could debate either side whether it's appropriate use for Measure R funds. You said Edison's taken out 800 trees approximately.
No, between the city and Edison, we've taken total about 800 trees.
Okay. So if we just did a 1-for-1, if the property owner, Edison or city going to take out a tree, we contact the property owner. You want a new tree, you water it, okay? It's a yes or a no. But those 800 trees at this price would have been $200,000. We could have replaced all 800 that the city and Edison took out. Okay, so that's why I'm not supporting this direction we're going. To spend 600 and change.
Is that a motion to call up 800 people and say, do you want a tree? Seriously, I think that's a great idea, Greg, and let's see what happens.
No, I don't know if you're being
no, I'm not
about that or not. It's
I'm serious. It's a good idea.
If we took out 800 trees,
it's
already,
a good idea, in my opinion.
Why don't when we take out the next one, let's do a 1-for-1, or the trees you took out.
But unfortunately, it's not that simple, because you've got some areas where there was 5 trees in one tiny area. You're only going to go back maybe 1. You have trees that were simply in the wrong place because they grew naturally.
Let's go to 5th and Sierra, where we took out those 4 or 5 right on that corner, right? Yeah, 2 maybe should go back there, right?
Yeah, there was actually 8 that were there.
Yeah, that came out, right. Right.
It all grew into each other.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just I have heartburn with $640,000 to spend, and whether it's general fund or Measure R, it's the total dollar amount.
Yeah, and I totally respect that. Again, we put this together based off the parameters of the grant and trying to somehow make sure they survive. We can easily just, like you said, plant the trees in, don't water them, see what happens. But I think that's just a waste of resources. So
no, I would have the homeowner buy-in.
Right, and I agree with that. But the question, like you say, is do we do it with the grant, or we just do it with our own funds, that we just create a program that we're going to put a certain pot of money in to start with, and those who come first until that money's gone, and then if it was successful, we reinitiate it and do it again, or modify it accordingly. But we
then I think maybe we have to go back and look at this, because the grant on the surface is a good thing,
right?
But we've doubled that cost
because of the fact, and only because of the fact that we got so little buy-in from the residents. We had to figure out, how do I get the other 1,000 trees planted and survive?
Right.
So it was necessitated to create this program. So, but if, like I said, if we just go to the program and say, let's just focus on the 200 people, if the council decides as a group that it is important to invest in the infrastructure of trees, regardless of the source of money, whether it's Measure R or general fund, and we just work with those residents, create the program, identify and highlight how successful it was, because maybe we got 150 trees in and where they're planted, and we word of mouth spreads like, I want a tree. Then we can talk about doing it again the next year of the city doing that program. And then again, we can look for grants at that point to say, okay, how could we supplement the grant with, because again, they're going to want to know how many trees you're going to put in, how much green benefit are you providing as far as cleaning the air, because that's really what this grant is for, is what's the overall benefit. And if they don't think that you're going to contribute a lot to improving the environment, they don't give you the grant, which again, maybe that's just not for us. We don't fit in that mold to do that. So I'm willing to try anything to facilitate what the council wants, is put some trees back. And maybe that's the solution. Just start with those folks only. Don't hold yourself to this grant at all, and just fund the trees directly. If they want to provide them, it's $50 to buy them. It's, and it's $150 to plant it. Because you're not going to have a deep watering system, because they have to have their own irrigation for the water, and you're done. And everybody got a tree that who wanted one. It was basically at this particular proposal, it's $200, because they're not going to maintain it. It's just plant it, done, they're out. And it's the residents who's going to take responsibility for irrigating it, and then we just have an overall city responsibility for maintaining the tree, trimming it, keeping it as it grows. But like I said, I'm willing to think of anything to do ultimately what you guys want.
That cost would run you about $60,000.
And again,
for the current applicants you have today.
Right. In that first phase, and see how it goes.
Comments? Is that a motion, Greg?
No.
No? Okay.
Hey, Kevin,
yeah.
And Catherine made a good point. the problem with this grant, it ties our hand where they have to go. And Greg's making a good point about the money. So if you want a motion, I don't have a problem making a motion to plant the trees, but I think this grant is too restrictive and puts us into a point where it's too expensive to actually have it. We signed up and we were awarded the grant, but why don't we come up with something here that we can do to where we get at least the first 200 that you have as applied, and do it to where it fits where our criteria. So if Catherine wanted a tree in front of her house, she's not in the parkway, she could put a tree in front of her house, she has to water it, and other people are going to be the same way. So my motion here is that we avoid the grant for this first 6 months, because that'll give you a year or so to get it going, and we work on the people that have applied for it, that have water, and go with them, plant the trees. Let's see what kind of response we get. It's going to be cheaper because they have to have water, and we'll give you a little more leeway where to plant the tree, as far as out of the trail or somewhere it's accessible but along the street, so we get that benefit too. And so I don't know how to make that into a flowing motion. Did that make sense? Because you looked at me with that, and John's going to tell me I can't do that.
No, actually what I'm going to tell you that what's on the agenda is amending the capital improvement budget. So what you're going to do is make that motion to amend the CIP to reflect that.
Just so I'm clear too, Chad, the only restrictions regarding the use of the grant is we plant 1,200 trees. Is that correct?
They have to be in the public right of
Yeah,
way.
has to be in the public right of way. So we could,
that's why it could
go
be
with
in
a
a park
program
or-
where we plant maybe some of these 800 trees that were removed, 200 trees that residents have expressed interest on, and perhaps a whole lot of additional trees on City Park. Wouldn't we, if the idea is just to plant them and not maintain them, I think we'll get to our 1,200 tree number.
No, especially when you talk about the LMDs and the parkways up there.
So I'm still use the grant, so
Right.
I'm not.
No, and I absolutely believe we can plant the 1,200 trees, and it's going to be more reflective of this price, because if we're planting more in parks or dedicated parkways where there's irrigation that's already developed, like in the LMDs, you're going to have this scenario where you're not spending $640,000, you're spending $460,000. So it's $217,000 or so of Measure Our money, somewhere in that range. I definitely I can believe it. The problem is it doesn't resolve the issue of replacing the 800 that disappeared, because that's not the areas where there's any irrigation. You're not going to hit those people.
No.
But again, that's maybe a goal that we can't really attain to do. But like I said, I'm fine with doing this grant, and I'm also fine with trying to focus on those folks that ask for the trees, working with them, try to get best we can. I just want to make sure, as far as if you did a separate program and how you're going to do it, and John's question on this, if you do something where you can plant the trees anywhere, I don't know if you can plant a tree on private property, because is that a gift of public funds?
Yeah, no, that was actually a debate I was having myself with that when this discussion came up. I think probably not, given the general public purpose and the fact that if you're putting them in parkways, that is in fact
that's
private
fine.
property.
You're putting it in the public right away.
Yeah, we have an easement right away, but nonetheless, it's still public. It's still private property.
Right.
It's like what I did. I had 5 trees in front of my house, but they were like in the trail. Right. So then now we moved 5 trees. Line. They're right on, they're inside the property line by a foot.
Right.
So would you be able to plant a tree 1 foot inside, and I ran all the irrigation myself, would you be able to plant a tree inside on somebody's property without it being...
Well, the gift of public funds problem I don't think is much of an issue.
Okay.
But you can't do it without permission of the property owner, and it doesn't sound like planning it that way would meet the criteria of the grant.
Okay. And by the way, I bought the trees myself, so yeah. So what do we have, Ted? Do we have something we can concur on here?
Well, Andy's right. We just have to adopt the resolution.
I mean, I would love to get Ingalls Park finished in terms of
No, I
the
agree.
trees.
I went up there and counted. I figured 80 trees real quick.
Could you clarify, Andy, what you meant?
To get the trees planted without maintaining them, I think we can get to easily 1,200, right? And still be able to use the grant money to do that.
Yeah, that's not in question. It's just we're not touching the areas that got devastated where trees were removed, and I think that's the council's desire to see those areas get improved, but that's the tough part because nobody's volunteering to.
I think the toughest part of this is agreeing to the dollar amount of the amended budget.
Just so much money.
And I think that's what most of us up here are, is taking the money, that much money, to fulfill a grant that we thought was going to be a one-for-one. This is an expensive grant. This is where be careful what you wish for. But I don't want to beleaguer this anymore. But
you know, just to step in, Ted, to your point, Greg, why couldn't we contact those 800 people? I mean, I don't know how long that would take, but to say, we have a tree planting program, we will give you a tree to replace it, but you have to take care of it. And we'll find out real quick how many really want to do it. Because one of the things I don't want to do is plant 1,200 trees in parkways and then drive by like up in the hills. They all died. I mean, and I don't want to spend this much money. And so maybe we give them the opportunity to, how hard would that be, Chad?
But it also sounds like it's not a matter of 800 trees, it's a matter of some number of trees less than 800, which can actually go back to where they were, which is,
and whether or not they can go back there at all, because they shouldn't be in the place they were in the
But
first
what I meant is it would go on their property. And in other words, he says it's not a gift to public funds.
What?
No.
But they can't be grant trees.
Doesn't allow you to put it on private property.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're just, well, then basically what we've done then is we've simply destroyed our urban forest then.
Kevin, can I?
Yeah, please.
Okay, let me throw this out here because we're going to go round and round on this. How long will you think to talk to those homeowners that were property owners that were affected by those 800 trees? Give me a conservative number.
I couldn't even do that. It'd be an undertaking because I've got to identify them all, make sure I've got them all. I certainly should do my due diligence just to sift through them to find out those I shouldn't even call because it's not even possible to give them a
30. Well, you will go through.
Yeah. So,
all I want is 30 or 60 days.
It's longer.
Longer?
Absolutely.
Because what I'm thinking of, Kevin, is to continue this on till he makes contact so we can get an idea what this costs. Unless Andy thinks
that's not going to change anything as far as this cost.
Okay.
It's not. It unfortunately it's all it's going to do is I'll get trees in the desired areas we'd like to replace. The costs will still be this cost. It just there won't be any watering required because hopefully the person, if that's the condition the council wants, is you must water it or you don't get a tree. And that's one of the things I'd want to clarify. Or are we willing to give people a tree, and otherwise without watering?
Okay, then I can make that motion real quick.
Got to make for me because then it makes it even that much easier. As we deny everybody who doesn't have a dedicated watering system and willing to do that.
Okay, then I can make this as I propose that make a motion that we adopt the resolution only for people that will agree to water their trees. How's that?
And I'm okay with that. Like I said, it's
not you; it's everybody else.
Saying is this is the council's program. I want you to feel as best as you can that this is something that's going to be worth doing. But by the benefit and the financial impacts,
So, just doing some math. So we have 260 people who've signed up. If we wanted to fund our own tree program, they would be the pilot program. It's between $150 and $200 to plant a tree. So if I say it's $200 for every person, times 260, that's $65,000. That's not very much money to do a pilot program, and those trees could be planted anywhere. So, for instance, Robin could get a tree, right? Which right now she wouldn't qualify.
Well, again, they can't be planted anywhere because it just depends on, is the tree appropriately going to be in the parkway
Okay,
or trail?
but I mean, we don't have
There
the
is still
same
that.
parkway restrictions.
But we don't have the restriction as far as where it legally has to be. You know, I just want to make sure it's not in the trail. It's not.
Right, but that instance Kevin was talking about. So here's the horse trail. It's a foot, so it's on their property. Under the current grant program, they couldn't get a tree there. But if it was our program, we could put a tree there if they wanted one.
Yes, the issue you get with that is if you have a public tree along the border of a property, as it grows into the property. It may hit an irrigation line. It may hit their sewer line. There's all kinds of things you now accept as far as the liability because you've identified it's a public tree that we're maintaining and it's closer to their own personal property. That's why a lot of the times it's out on the public right-of-way where it's closer to the road and not next to the residence. So, because maybe there's a tree that's planted next to their pilaster that's on their property, but now the tree's grown and it's pushed against the pilaster. Now they're coming after us because their pilaster has been bent or pushed over and they want compensation. So it's not simple. But they just, as far as to say we can put it anywhere.
Yeah, and I don't want to make this any more complicated than it needs to be, because we're not getting anywhere anyway. We're just going around and around, huh?
Yeah, that's what I said.
But if in fact we plant a tree that's on private property, I'm going to suggest that we have them accept liability for it, and we enter into an agreement which says they're going to water, do all the things that. That can't be city liability. We don't even have the ability to go in and work on it. And
Okay, because with the grant, I hear the two biggest issues are the money and where we can put the trees, because we can't replace all of these trees that have been cut down. So going outside of the grant, would that give us flexibility to replace some of these 800 trees that have been removed? Would it give us more flexibility? Because in that case...
My opinion, no. Doesn't really change much. Other than pointing out you're not going to... You can do a much smaller program. Like you said, you could spend $65,000 and try to take care of those residents that are interested, and you don't have to worry about the funds there that you had to pay $1,200. All you're really risking at this point is doing a separate program for the dollars you want to start with, or try to salvage the grant. And if you're going to do that and plant the trees, you're going to spend this type of money to get it done because there's not enough people willing to do it without irrigation, or with their own irrigation, excuse me. That drops our cost dramatically.
I'll ask one more question. Brian, how many trees did you say you want?
We identified 400. We could probably up that, but we know that we could do 400.
So let's say you get 400. Doesn't require any maintenance. So all we need to do is plant it, right?
That's correct, because our existing contracts and those trees are covered under West Coast Arborist. That particular grid and those trees.
Okay, in Chad, we already have 250, 260 requests that are willing to maintain?
No, there's less than 200 that'll maintain. The others that came in were folks that weren't required to have irrigation.
Okay, so let's say that's 200, so we get about 600 now, right? Taken care of. So we're looking to get additional 600 trees. Maybe we need to go back and just contact these people and see how many of them are willing to take trees.
Without watering, we're saying, right? Without watering?
Which watering?
They have to water. We're not going to pay for them to be watered for a year. They would have to agree to water it.
Right, if that's the choice of the council.
I think that you answered this at the beginning, but is there any potential for revisiting the grant and saying we want half the money, we're going to plant 600 trees?
We asked that at the very beginning because we got the grant, did the survey, had very poor results. We immediately went back to them and talked to them, is there any way I can do like 400 or 500 trees, half of it? They said no. The grant was approved based off of the amount of trees, the amount of environmental benefit, removal of or CO2 and all that kind of stuff. And therefore, if you can't do it, then you need to give the grant back. Yep, no trees. It's all or nothing. Well, the way they can do it is they can allocate.
Hey, don't beg on CAL FIRE. Come on. Jeez. Those are good guys.
I have a question, Kevin.
Yeah.
Chad. So originally, CAL FIRE grant was 242,000.
Right.
And then we had a match of 81,000.
Correct.
Okay. Where were you going to get that this may be rhetorical. Where were you going to get the $81,000?
The assumption was we would, once we developed the program, if it worked out for that funding, we would probably come back and ask for Measure R.
But no action was taken
At
for
that
the
time?
81,000?
No, because we hadn't developed the program. It was kind of it was really numbers they plugged in when they applied for the grant, and without knowing really what the cost is to put this many trees in. So it was just a footnote, and
we made it up.
Yes, honestly.
And there was an assumption that people would just jump all over this and want to put a tree in, and our urban forest would grow, and everybody's going to put water to it. That just, we were dreaming.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ted, you had a motion on the floor?
I hate to do it, but yeah, I go ahead and adopt the resolution 2021-08 minus the maintenance without watering program.
Do I hear a second?
That's the one. No, I'm sorry. I don't want the water. I'm sorry.
I don't think that's in the motion anyway.
Well, it's...
No. What you want is the criteria that residents have to
Have
water.
to do it, yes. The residents have to water.
That, yeah, I mean, that really isn't the subject of this resolution, of this motion anyway.
He's approving it, but he's...
But then you're giving direction to staff.
I'm giving him directions that we're not going to put them in unless they want to water them.
Right. Well, there's multiple items for tonight. It's the resolution that approves the funding and creates the capital project, but there's also the approval of the contract to WCA to implement the program with the city. So there's two items. So as far as what I believe Councilman Hoffman's talking about is he's recommending that as part of the program itself, that in order to get a tree, the participant has to water the tree.
Mm-hmm. Right. Correct.
And just sort of clarification on my part, that means we may end up giving up the grant if nobody buys a tree or takes a tree.
No, because we're comfortable thinking we can plant almost all those trees someplace within public facilities if we needed to, just to get them planted.
But there won't be the water cost.
Correct, because they'll be in locations where there's dedicated watering.
So
unless we run out of spaces, then we have to run irrigation.
And
But most of the places we're going to put it either has irrigation or we might have to move ahead or something, but it's minor.
So what's that going to cost? Where's that money going to come from?
For
which one of those? What's the cost going to be on that? Just so I know.
400 will go.
The assumption is if we had zero requirements, so basically every tree is not going to have watering, meaning by the contractor. So it's basically just $50 to maintain the tree, each tree for 12 months. So he's going to be still going and inspecting it, etc. You're basically going to pay that $1,200, $1,200 times 50. So
it'll be 60,000.
Yeah, so I don't have the calculator, but yes, that's 60,000.
And that right now would come out of the grant amount with the hope that we'd plant.
Yeah, so you're basically paying for the 60,000 initial for the purchasing of them, and then basically 150,000 if there's dedicated irrigation would be $150 per tree. So you're going to spend about $200,000, and then you're not going to have the watering one, so you're going to spend $60,000 more for the monthly ongoing maintenance. So you're basically eliminating that $160,000 is what you're eliminating. For maintenance with watering. So your costs are going to go down, so you're going to be somewhere around 300
which we probably won't get to given the lack of success for the tree planting.
We have to plant the 1,200.
And so how much are you going to take out of Measure R?
I mean, again, if based off of the new requirements, I'd be comfortable if you said, as far as for Measure R, funds out of Measure R, just again, as a buffer, just to not exceed 200,000. And I think based on what you asked for, what you described, it's going to
back and bring it back at the next meeting with a revised schedule that shows everything.
Yeah, I need to see that.
Yeah, we can do that.
That would work. I'll withdraw my motion on that for a continuance.
And that's fine if you want to do that too.
It's a lot of money. I want to know exactly what we're getting ourselves into, if you don't mind.
No, it's fine. We want you to feel comfortable.
So what do we do? Do we table this until the next time, or what?
I just continued
No, it's a public hearing, so you're going to continue it.
Continue.
So we will continue this public hearing and move on, correct?
Correct.
After you vote on that. Yep.
Pardon?
After you vote on it.
Oh, I make a motion that we continue this.
Second.
I second it then.
To the next regular city council meeting.
To the next regular city council meeting.
That poor guy from WCA.
Okay. Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Councilmember Grenmeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffman? Mayor Pro Tem Newton? Mayor Bash?
Yes.
Motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Newton voting no.
Okay, moving on, city council, city manager, staff communications. Dana. Chad. Brian.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that this weekend, Code Enforcement, Parks Department, and Public Works, all of us collaborated in information, and we picked up 18 shopping carts, hot water heater, old furniture, refrigerators, and dishwashers out of the public right-of-way. So, yes. And so we have actually made contact with some of the shopping cart owners who where they're in good shape. Some of them are just thrashed and would be disposed of.
Okay.
So it's part of our ongoing program, and I thank Chad and Code Enforcement and Alma and her staff, because we're all working together as a team to try and identify these, get them picked up, get Waste Management pick it up, and if there's something left, then we are doing these little weekend tours of the city to grab stuff. So it's working out.
Alma. Okay. Lieutenant.
Nothing.
Chief. Matt. John. Nothing. Andy. Ted.
Real quick, Rowan, tell you guys thank you. Did a good job on that human trafficking thing over there. Good job. It means a lot to me when you guys take care of that. I have one thing, and I don't want to belabor it because we're getting late, but somehow or another, because of a recent fire, we need, it's what I've said before, we as a city or code enforcement or planning, we need to really start checking in to residences with this fire life safety issue. When we have homes that got way too many people in them, or perhaps rental units that don't meet up to a certain code. So I'm just asking staff to look at that, and come back something that we can look at as a council if we need to, or something to address this situation. I know we have requirements for additional, housing, affordable housing, additional, but people don't need to live in squalor. So if we can look at that as a code enforcement action by the city, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Nothing.
Catherine.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to ask staff to bring an agenda item back that includes a discussion and recommendation on the formation of an ad hoc committee on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Vote.
Can I ask a question under
discussion? Yeah.
Discussion? Can you explain that a little bit to me?
Absolutely.
But not long.
No, not long.
Cliff notes.
Yes. So looking at an ad hoc committee basically to form and looking at staff to make recommendation on who would be on that, but looking at what can we do as a city to ensure that all of our residents are feeling safe and welcome, and that we're addressing diversity, equity, inclusion, so that we as a council could provide direction to make sure that we have these principles, these guiding principles, in the way that our city is operating and in the way that our residents are interacting with our city and participating in our city.
Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Councilmember Grummeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffman?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Newton? Mayor Bash?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Hoffman voting no.
Greg? Okay. I have a couple things quickly, I'm sorry. One, I would like to bring in to discuss the Kathy Azevedo Monument. There's an area we'd like to put some flags into the entrance to the memorial, and we want to do a first responder monument that all of a sudden we have a whole bunch of support for. And what I'd like to do is just discuss the status, what we intend to do. Just because of COVID, we just haven't moved forward to fund. I mean, we actually funded it through the developer, but maybe we want to do it sooner than later. The flags is something kind of new that the Veterans Committee came up with, and the first responders I'd really like to talk about, because all of a sudden, like I say, we have a lot of support, and that could bring some nice stuff to that project.
Meet me tomorrow morning, 9:30 at the park up at Ingalls. Because Cal Fire and RSO will be there.
That's 10 o'clock, okay. Anyway, I'd like to agendize that, if possible.
Second.
Vote?
Councilmember Alleman?
Yes.
Councilmember Grummeyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffman? Mayor Pro Tem Newton?
And then the second thing.
Mayor Bash?
Yes. Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm tired.
Motion passes unanimous.
I'm tired. And then to Julie Langley's comment, I would like to agendize looking at least getting a better understanding of how we are charging our apartments, the sewer, and those kind of fees. To have a discussion on that in a future council meeting.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, sure.
Instead of an agenda item, couldn't we have it as just a informational?
Let's do it that. However you want to do it. However you want to do it.
Yeah, because it's.
All right, let's do that.
It would just explain the commercial rate aspect.
Yeah, I know. I just, she brings up a good point. I didn't even know those apartments were there until she told me, so. Anyway, so there's that, so bring that back. And then finally, you may not know who this man is, but he lived in Norco for many years. He worked at the Navy base for 46 years. He's the person, they call him the father of independent assessment. He was the man that actually really got the ball rolling to make sure that our missiles worked when they were needed. So I want to close tonight's meeting in honor of Dennis K. Spear, 46 years over at the Navy base, helped form Fleet Missile Assessment Evaluation Group, Fleet Missile Systems Analysis and Evaluation Group. And he also was a very, very noted historian with multiple books, particularly on the desert. So a moment of silence and we'll close the meeting in honor of Dennis K. Spear. Meeting is adjourned.